script and we'll
I
just
can
do
hear
it.
the French.
Okay.
French is on. Yeah, I can hear it. Yes. Arabic, please. Perfect. Thank you, Arabic. Spanish. Yes, buenos días. Russia. Yes, thank you, Russia. Chinese. Thank you, thank you. Can we have French again? French, come in, please. Bonjour, Debola. Oui, bonjour. Ça va bien? I can hear French very well. Debola, ils me disent que tu m'entends pas bien? Ok, donc maintenant j'utilise le micro sans fil. Je vais utiliser le micro à table et tu vas me dire. Bonjour, Debola. Maintenant j'utilise le micro à table. Ok. So it's not the best. She can hear me on both microphones. It's not the best. So I don't know if we can do anything about it. She can hear both microphones, the handheld and French coming again? So the echo you're telling me the echo that you're telling me you're hearing, is it the English echo coming in, or it's just the sound that? Okay. All right. Okay, so okay, let me ask my colleague to test his microphone and then Jadot. Okay.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Jadot, keep speaking.
Can you hear me now? Test 1, 2.
Deborah, how is my colleague?
Test. Interpretation testing. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Okay, perfect. Merci beaucoup.
Okay. Now they are going to start to read the script, and all the interpretation can speak together.
Arabic, can you hear my colleague's microphone?
So
Hey, sorry, I'm just going to jump in, guys. Do we want to just run the script and you can listen one by one to all the interpreters at the same time and just test that they're hearing? That way, everyone can confirm that the source is going through and that each channel is coming through to you guys as well. And then we'll check on our end. If any interpreters have complaints, they can just there and we'll match. One second. Okay. Okay, so hello and welcome to this session. My name is Michael and I'm providing a sound check for the interpreters and technical support teams. Please note this session will have some recordings and follows the ICANN expected standards of behavior. The manager for this session will provide additional information about available features and how to ask questions or make comments. Interpretation for this session will include English, Spanish, French, Chinese, Arabic, and Russian. Click on interpretation icon in Zoom and select the language you will listen to during the session. If you wish to speak, raise your hand in Zoom, and once the session facilitator calls upon your name, kindly unmute your microphone and take the floor. Before speaking, ensure you have selected the language you'll speak in from the interpretation menu. To view the real-time transcription, click on the closed caption button in the Zoom toolbar. This concludes the audio test for interpretation, and the session will begin soon.
Thank you, guys. You have all the interpretation very clear down here. Thank you.
Awesome, amazing, guys. Thank you very much. I'll just let the interpreters know. I think we're okay to return at 15 minutes past the hour so that we're ready for the start of session. Thanks all.
Hello, Michael. This is Saipan speaking into the English channel from the Chinese booth. Do you hear me? Okay, I will mute.
We've done the tests.
Just a quick sound check. Hello.
Hi, hello.
Thank you for confirming.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to this Policy Network on Internet Fragmentation session. We're just setting up, and we want to start very soon. Have we been able to? Oh, excellent. Okay. So we're going to start now, in fact. Great. All right. Well, welcome, as I said. I mean, I think I can sit down. My name is Hital Kumar, and I am Head of Global Engagement at Global Partners Digital. I'm also a co-facilitator of the Policy Network, and I'm joined here by my fellow co-facilitator, Bruna, who will introduce herself. And then we'll set out the plan for the session. So you know how we are going to conduct it, when you can come in with your perspectives. Of course, if you're online and want to share anything on the chat, you're very welcome to do so. Bruna?
Hello, everyone. My name is Bruna Santos. I'm a MAG member, but also one of the co-facilitators of the PNIF. Welcome to the session, and it's really good to see you all. Should I go with the session organization? Yeah, so we have an agenda for today. We're just going to go with a little introduction of the Policy Network on Internet Fragmentation. Afterwards, we're going to explain to you what does the framework means? That's part of the work that the PNIF developed during the year. And then we're going to move on into a town hall discussion with our panelists. We have a few of them online. We also have Julio on site, so it's going to be a good discussion today. I don't know where is this noise. I have Can you guys hear well? Is this noise uncomfortable? Okay, good. Good. Okay, so yeah, so yeah, I think we can introduce the PNF, sure. Okay. The policy network on internet fragmentation is also part of the intersessional work for the IGF. This is part of a community request, community proposal that was submitted to the MAG on the need, and to the Secretariat as well, on the need to discuss and further discuss internet fragmentation. So other than this being born from a multi-stakeholder initiative, we also, with the PNIF, we all aim to offer a systematic and comprehensive framework of this issue and discussions, complemented by case studies, and also in an attempt to define or try to define fragmentation and discuss strategies to avoid it. We're back. I think we can come back. Thank you. I hope the noise goes away. Yes. So yeah, as I was saying, I'll just try to repeat in a briefer way, but the policy network on internet fragmentation is this multi-stakeholder effort to address and discuss what fragmentation means and what are the strategies to avoid it in a very broad and short explanation of this. It's also worth mentioning that it's multi-stakeholder, so we also have a multi-stakeholder group that helped us steer the work, and that's also part of the group that we have been relying on throughout the year. But other than that, this PNIF has held webinars and a few conversations with the community in an attempt to develop the framework we're going to introduce to you today. So I guess that's that on the PNIF in general, right? And I guess I'll give the floor back to Chantal.
Okay, thank you, Bruna. Yes, so we wanted to give you an introduction to the framework we've developed over the past few months within the policy network. The framework has been developed as a result of conversations that we've had with many of you who have attended the webinars that we've hosted online, and the survey that we also published online. And these have been driven by some key questions which relate to what fragmentation is, how it's manifesting, where we've taken some examples of what people commonly referred to as examples of internet fragmentation and posed it in the webinars and asked, do you think this is internet fragmentation? Do you think a network disruption is internet fragmentation? Do you think data localization measures are? Do you think alternate root servers are? And in that way, we were trying to understand where there might be some commonality in the discussion, because there are so many different perceptions of internet fragmentation. We know the conversation has been going on for a long time. A number of people have been working on it, have published studies, have been discussing the issue, but it has become more salient in recent months. And it is, of course, one of the areas of the Global Digital Compact and part of the agenda this year at the IGF across different sessions. And I think we're going to do our best to try and make sure that we are bringing in the perspectives that have been shared at the other sessions on internet fragmentation into this. And when, of course, we encourage you to come in with your perspectives as well. So I just wanted to explain a bit about the framework, which I don't think we have put up on the screen yet, but essentially, as we were having these discussions, as I mentioned about what is internet fragmentation, there were two main areas that people continue to speak to, or we identified as two main areas. One was the fragmentation of the user experience. And that, for example, can be a result of disruptions, intentional disruptions to information flows, for example, through network disruptions. And other examples could be through policy measures that block data from flowing across borders. And there are a number of other examples as well that people shared, where I think the main difference to the other aspect, which we identified, which is fragmentation of the technical layer, is that while the fundamental protocols and the technical layer of the internet may be intact, the actual experience of the internet as a space of information, free information flows is not the case for those who experience such measures, as I've just mentioned. And as the increased tendency to use those measures, it manifests through policies and actions of both state and commercial actors, that fundamentally shapes the user experience of the internet. So then we also discussed other types of fragmentation that are commonly referred to. Some of these may not have happened yet, but are often referred to, and there is a concern around them. So that is, for example, proposals of alternate root servers or DNS. Other practices that we're seeing that are actually happening that could impact the internet. For example, rerouting, blocking, essentially digital sovereignty practices, some of which we heard at the Internet Society session yesterday, that impact interoperability and can fundamentally impact the internet. So I think there are some areas of connection between these different aspects of fragmentation that we identified. One is, of course, a control over information flows that removes the ability for a user to decide if and when they can access information online. But there's also, so there's this question of control over information. But there's also this overarching point that kept coming up in our discussions, which is around the governance of the internet. And moving away from, or perhaps not ensuring that there are linked up discussions, that spaces where protocols, standards, and other spaces where policies are developed are disjointed, and that can contribute to issues around connectivity and interoperability that we are seeing. And so that there is a need to understand that the overall governance of the internet is, thank you, impacting across the two aspects that we've just discussed. So, as I said, I want to bring in other discussions that have happened this week. There was a day zero session on internet fragmentation on Monday. Many of you may have been there. Some of the elements that we want to discuss in the framework, which is available online. Sorry, I should have said if it's not up there, but it is available on the Policy Network webpage, and I encourage you to look at it. Are qualifying whether certain measures and actions could constitute internet fragmentation, and some of the criteria that was discussed was around, for example, duration. If network disruptions, as an example, last for a certain period of time, impact a certain number of people, then potentially, we can say that qualifies as fragmentation. And that the experience of fragmentation or the different manifestations whether it's at the technical layer or at the user experience could be on a spectrum that we can collectively identify and then be able to point to and say, well, at this point, we're talking about internet fragmentation. This may sound a little bit abstract. The point is to have provided something that builds on the conversations of the past few months within the policy network that will hopefully provide a basis for us to continue discussion, to unpack those elements in greater detail, to develop as well, hopefully, not only a common understanding of the problem, but also some solutions and recommendations to different actors to address these issues. And so that's what we want to discuss here with you today, is how helpful the framework is, if it's helpful at all, how it could be used, and we want to unpack the different elements in more detail. Our speakers will help us do that, but we really want to hear from you as well. And then we want to hear as well from you about how we can ensure greater discussion with more stakeholders and get them involved as well. So I think, Bruna, we're going to turn over to the town hall discussion now. So I'll turn over to you.
Thank you so much. And before going to that, it's also worth mentioning that the PNIF mailing list is open. So if any of you is interested in joining these discussions, please join the mailing list. There's a dedicated page on the website, the IGF website, so you can also help us improve and enhance these discussions on fragmentation. But also today, the idea is to collect some input on this. And now I have the honor to introduce a Brazilian colleague also and starting our town hall discussions. Tulio Andrade is a deputy head at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs back in Brazil. So Tulio, mostly our question to you is whether you consider the framework to be helpful and what could be your considerations about that.
Thank you very much, Bruno and Chital, for the invitation and for the opportunity to contribute to such an important debate. And when I was asking myself whether the framework is useful, the obvious answer is yes, of course. The framework is useful because it gives us the opportunity to launch the debate, to exchange views, and also it reviews some outstanding gaps and biases that we may have. And one bias that came to mind is actually the focus on the user experience, which is a very, very important dimension of the role of the internet, which is very much anchored on human rights, but in a particular civil and political dimension of human rights. And perhaps it may leave aside another very important dimension of human rights, which are those social, economic, and cultural human rights. And in the context of their indivisibility and interdependency, this is a dimension that we cannot live without. And this is particularly important when we're talking about the role of the internet in promoting the common good, public interest, and the collectivity and communities on the ground. We've been seeing, especially here at the INADIS, and from many of the high-level discussions, a call from the international community upon us, the internet community, to help solve global and collective problems, for us to contribute to the promotion of the Sustainable Development Goals, for us to help solve the climate crisis, for us to help prevent the next pandemic. And when we're talking about that, we have to ask ourselves, what user are we talking about? Are we talking about the user in Silicon Valley, or are we talking about the user perhaps that can only access the internet in public schools, or are we talking about hospitals that depend on data? And then the notion of data fragmentation is extremely important here as well. One thing that came to mind is perhaps the need for us to move from a rather individualistic approach to one that is human-centric, but very much grounded on what we have as the most noble of human qualities, on empathy, on solidarity. So this is one aspect for thought in terms of the focus on the user experience, but also the need for us to consider that the internet now has a different role. It has to be used not only in terms of the individual experience, but also for us to achieve and promote collective values, and also to solve global issues that can actually impair human existence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tulio. Also, I would like to welcome our line panelists if they want to weigh in on the worth of the framework, if you also would like to add some points to that. The audience as well, from what you're hearing so far, would you guys, maybe we can try to have a show of hands, does it sound like an interesting framework or initial document? Obviously, this is something that we'll still be working with. The PNIF has a 2-year mandate. This has been just the first one. So, but would you guys consider this also to be an interesting approach to the issue and discussion? Maybe.
Bruna, maybe it's good to have the framework on the screen. So if we could have the second slide or the third slide projected on the screen, might be easier for the people in the room.
Yep, I just try to, I'm just gonna ask again whether Mazuba or Olaf or Nawal would like to weigh in on the framework as well. We're gonna continue with the discussion if you don't, if you would like to continue with that, but just giving you guys the opportunity to also comment. If you would like, just raise your hands on the Zoom.
Should we just jump in?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, I mean, there's more that we'll discuss, but I think there were some really interesting questions posed initially. I think this question around what user are we talking about is very, very interesting. Understanding that there are multitudes of users, but how do we understand different groups and categories of users and the challenges that they're facing? How do we infiltrate or incorporate that into the framework? I think is a really interesting consideration. And so just excited for this conversation today.
Thank you so much. We're still trying to get the slides on the on the screen. We apologize for that. Yeah, we just need to go to the second slide in case anyone is helping us operate that. But then I'll hand you back the floor, Siobhan, so we can continue the discussion.
Okay, so while we wait to get the slides up, I wanted to introduce Nawal Omar from Research ICT Africa as we now go on to the second question about the two aspects, the main aspects of the framework, one being around user experience fragmentation, the other one, the technical layer fragmentation. We want to understand better, and we've done quite a lot of discussion around this, but we wanted to, of course, bring it here to the IGF and hear from you about what examples and what counts as fragmentation in those different areas. So now, Omar, you are a researcher at Research ICT Africa, and I hope that you can come in and hear us, and we can hear you. We would be very interested to hear from you about your understanding and experience of that user experience element of internet fragmentation. No?
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for including me in this discussion. Yes, so some of the examples of user experience for internet fragmentation. So I'm going to talk about my view and my experience in Sudan for internet shutdowns and censorship and blocking websites and web pages and all. So one of the examples are the restrictive internet models, which include censorship, internet shutdowns, and political control of the internet, underlying architecture. And also it has been used as an untargeted repression tool, which includes prohibiting certain web pages, social media services, or blocking VPNs, among others. Also, another technique that was used for untargeted repression, suppressing the freedom of expressions and press, curbing the internet or forcing it to full call for a long time in Sudan. Also, one of the recent examples was India, Kazakhstan, Myanmar as one of the examples for internet shutdowns. So internet shutdowns are becoming commonly employed as strategic measures in countering political instability and tool used by authoritarian regime. So targeted internet disruption, including shutdowns and social media restrictions, have gone hand in hand with political turmoil in Sudan since the onset of protests in 2018 that led to transitional civilian rule. We've been experiencing total to near total network disruption, manifesting in telecommunications blackout for almost nationwide, almost all population. So during the country's longest record network disruption, Sudan cut social media for 68 days to quell protests. With Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and WhatsApp, all social media has been down. Also from 21 December 2018 up to February 26, 2019, internet has been forced to shut down for scale, leaving Sudan offline for 36 days from from 3rd of June to 9 July 2019. Also, we have been experienced internet shutdowns for more than 24 days in 2021 after the coup. So it's a long period of time to keep people offline, and it has its effects on all kind of users, people that working online, platform work. It has affected people that are studying online, people that have exams online, We have also experienced internet shutdowns due to like exams, national exams and school exams. So yeah, that's like the intensity and severity of internet disruption. Social media restriction has like left Sudan to rank the second amongst African countries. Yes, so I just think that the user experience for internet fragmentation is very important to take it into account. It's really affecting like from all kind of users to the if we think about like the low level of users, like to drill down, even someone that want to surf the internet to just like watch TikTok videos, we have to preserve the rights of all users to use a free and open internet.
Thank you. Oh, okay, thank you so much for sharing those perspectives and your experience. I think especially bringing so much detail as well to the discussion and explaining the different ways that these shutdowns and how long they were as well impacted people is really important to consider, and is one aspect of the user experience element of the model or framework we've developed that really kept coming through in discussions. There are others, of course, and we can go to those. But now I want to turn to Olaf Coltman from the Internet Society. Olaf, the other element of the framework that we have been discussing is fragmentation at the technical layer. Now, perhaps you can shed some light for us on what that means to you. I know that we have had some discussions about that, but this is an area where I think we do need some more unpacking and discussion to better understand what is happening. Olaf, over to you.
Yeah, and I think that, hello everybody, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are on the world. The beauty of the internet is that we're now together, isn't that amazing again? The way that I want to approach this is through the document, through looking at the document. We have provided a number of bullet points in which we describe fragmentation at the technical level, and what that fragmentation is. And the lens through which we look when we look at fragmentation at the technical level is really the infrastructure level. And that's captured by this term called the public core of the internet. In the document, it says the public core is not universally defined. And it's a term that came up in the discussions around cyber stability in the UN. It was a term that was coined in a Dutch report, a term that was adopted by the Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace. And so a fairly useful term that indicates or is defined by roughly the naming, the routing, the forwarding, and cryptographic infrastructure that is needed to operate the internet at global scale. So naming, DNS, routing, and addressing is address distribution and the decentralized routing that makes up the internet. And then the encryption infrastructure is also infrastructure that we need collectively to interoperate. If we don't have certificate authorities, for instance, if we don't have common protocols to work with encryption, it will not work. Obviously, that's not the only infrastructure that we have around. And it might be that in the course of technical development, new infrastructure becomes important for the internet. Just to give an example of that, if you log into many websites nowadays, you can choose your, your Google ID or your Facebook ID or your GitHub ID to log in. The underlying technology that is used for that is called OAuth. But what you see is that those services now become infrastructure for other services. So where that boundary is between the hard wires and cables with the routing infrastructure on top of that, and where infrastructure stops is a matter of trying to find where that point is on the sliding window that Sheetal mentioned in the beginning. If you look at the examples, there's another example that I want to point out because it might be a little bit dense in the way that it's written in the report. And that's the example that is given is routing of internet traffic via private infrastructure by big tech companies. If you read it like that, it might be a little bit curious to say what does that have to do with fragmentation. But this is sort of an example of a long-term commercial activity that might, and there's it's almost a capital letter M there in might, lead to fragmentation on the long term. What could happen here is that investment in those private infrastructures, so big Google building cables to move the data that they use to feed their data centers, and not using the public internet. If you have a lot of that type of infrastructure, then what you might see is underinvestment in transit infrastructure. So the infrastructure that people use to get to other content than that of only the biggest cloud providers, so to say. And if that underinvestment happens for a long time, it might be that those type of transit networks become less stable. And that might lead in the end to fragmentation. That is perhaps a little bit of a long stretch and sort of a theoretical example, but we have it there because fragmentation can happen in very many ways, and we wanted to trigger people's imagination a little bit. Another part in the document here is the fragmentation of internet governance and coordination. As you all know, the internet infrastructure is run by many organizations. The infrastructure is decentralized. The naming structure is decentralized. There is a root server, but or there's a root of the DNS, which is sort of centrally managed. But underneath there's a hierarchy of independent organizations that that run their own namespace, so to speak. Perhaps based on contracts with ICANN, but sometimes also completely independently. And that type of architecture, the type of architecture that the internet is, the naming, the routing, and the forwarding, again, that public core, the management of that is basically a multi-stakeholder way of managing that layer. And it's important that we don't see the fragmentation of that. For instance, it is very important that internet addresses are uniquely distributed so that every network operator has a unique set of addresses to work with and that they can route. Any fragmentation of the system of address allocation might mean that we have conflicting information there, that the registry is not intact anymore. and that would lead to disastrous effects. I think so. This is something of an example where fragmentation of the internet governance and coordination might be problematic. Also, a very theoretical example. I think that the fragmentation of the internet technical layer is perhaps the last type of fragmentation that we will run into. These are the examples and the frame in the framework that we work with. I hope that clarified somewhat. Sheetal, back to you.
Thank you, Olaf. I think that was very helpful in helping us understand what we mean when we talk about fragmentation and the possible fragmentation we may see. You spoke about the importance of protecting internet infrastructure and where on a sliding scale, perhaps we may see practices, whether it's around commercial activities or otherwise, and that can lead to internet fragmentation as a result of different impacts, for example, perhaps an underinvestment in transit infrastructure. You also spoke to the need to maintain a governance framework, a multi-stakeholder governance framework to ensure an open, interoperable internet, linking those things together, the independent and different actors, but working together, and how that may be under threat. So I think it's a good time to open up, maybe. If anyone has any reactions, you can also speak to whether you think the framework is missing something or unhelpful in some way, or if you have other examples that you want to share to unpack the different elements, the two main elements, three, actually. We'd really love to hear from you.
Also, if anyone
put up your hands and on the chat.
I was just going to say that if anyone on the Zoom room wants to come in as well, just raise your hand or let us know in the chat.
Thank you. Sheetal,
Yes.
maybe before we go, it would be good to go again through the framework as we didn't have it on screen. But I'm happy to do so if you want. Because I think before we go to the discussion, as Sheetal has asked your feedback on the framework itself and how it is used, how it can be used, how it is useful. I think it's good to repeat again what actually the intention or the aim is, or the conclusion through the discussions at the different webinars we came to. And that is that focusing too much on discussing what fragmentation is and try to come up with one overarching definition just gets us into trouble and into hours of debate. And with this framework, we actually try to come up with three baskets and say, if you hear people at the webinars we organize within the policy network, if you hear them talking about fragmentation, either they are talking about something that can be linked or put in the basket fragmentation of user experience, or they are talking about the really core architecture and the technical layer of the internet, or a third basket we kind of defined through those discussions is they're talking about fragmentation of internet governance or governance of parts of the internet. So that's the reasoning that's behind the framework itself. It's not to define what fragmentation is. It is based on what we heard through the webinars, what people are talking about. If we ask, what is fragmentation? What is fragmentation that should be avoided? So that's the ideas. And I think that was Sheetal's first question. Is something missing, or is everything, if we would ask you or the panelists, what actually is in your definition or your mind fragmentation? Does it fit in one of those baskets? And then the follow-up questions are, and probably work still needs to be done, is really look into the links of the fragmentation. And I think then the second part of the of today's meeting also will be the question on, if you look within those three baskets, what should be the next steps in the discussion and what can be done in to avoid these types of fragmentation. And so I just wanted to clarify that.
That's great. Thank you so much, Wim. I hope that was helpful. So now we can open up. Does anyone want to share their perspectives? I see one here. Anyone else? One at the back, middle. Okay, we'll take three and then we can come back.
I am Paul. I'm just looking at the graphic. One thing that isn't coming out in discussion with this framework of what fragmentation is we're talking about is that some fragmentation of the user experience isn't going to result in technical fragmentation. Technical fragmentation will always result in user fragmentation. I think there's sort of, if we think about it, there's certain forms of fragmentation that is going to be devastating and long-term and so on. There are other forms of fragmentation that arise simply by commercial activities happening, and we need to be aware of it, and we need to work on ways of bringing back a global internet. But I do think that if we really want to get to the nuts and bolts of the problem of fragmentation, we do need to sort of understand that there are certain, and that technical fragmentation is at a much lower level, and it's got much more adverse ramifications. So I would sort of almost put more like a pyramid than this sort of interaction type mechanism. I don't think private companies sort of deciding to do business in one market or another is going to have the same ramifications as anything on the technical layer, such as corruption at Africa.
Thank you for that. Interested to hear others' views on that as well. And yes, person at the back, and then we'll come to you in the middle, please. If you don't mind introducing yourself. Sorry, I forgot to say that earlier.
Hello, my name is Shabnam. I'm with the International Center for Not-for-Profit Law. I just want to thank you for presenting on the framework. I think one of the things that I've struggled with at IGF is when I've been attending the fragmentation sessions, it just seems like there is very differing perspectives that are shaped by political views regarding what is fragmentation and which aspects of fragmentation are most relevant. And I think that was a struggle because this like initial framing wasn't in place for those discussions. And so I found this discussion quite helpful, and I hope that that framing is used more readily in the future. And I guess my question is, if you could elaborate on the criteria that you mentioned. You had said something about duration and the extent of the impacts, and I was wondering in terms of the human rights framework that maybe was used to think through the extent or how problematic each type of fragmentation is, and if that was part of the discussion or part of the underlying thinking behind the framework as well.
Great, thank you. Happy to answer that. And now the person in the middle, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Abebe Bekele from Ethiopia. I'm working as the Global Technology and Digital Solution in INGO. And what I would like to say is, where it's good, I mean, the topic is good, talking about the policy, the fragmentation is good. But we need to teach our users also, as we all know, resources are not ample. They are scarce. We have a scarce resource. For instance, let's see this fall, how many users are connected to the internet, but how many of us are using actively? If we are not using it, why do we connect it? This also saves us our resources, and it enables us to consume properly. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point about scarce resources and using them in a certain way, and the sort of commitments, values, principles that shape, drive where and how resources are spent. And so we have a question there. I just wanted to, maybe we take the first three. Okay, and one here. Okay, but we can respond to the first three. And I want to just check if the panelists want to perhaps take any of those questions, including the first one, which was around how technical fragmentation has broader and more perhaps serious impacts and always impacts user experience, but not vice versa. Is that a problem? Could we still continue to discuss and of course try and understand the links between the two? Any reactions to that? I think that was an interesting perspective. And then I do have a response to that question about what we discussed when it came to the human rights elements. But panelists first, and then we'll come to you, if that's okay, and to yourself.
Thank you very much, Ital. And this is very exciting discussion, and it only testifies to the importance and value of the framework, because it provides us a platform to discuss. And building on many of the views that have been expressed by not only the panelists but also some from the audience, if we are to engage also, in addition to the missing link on the collectivity, on the role of the collectivity, on us to move from a paradigm of individualism to a paradigm in which we are going to accept our radical interdependence as one humanity. This is one aspect that we would need to be to have reflected in the framework, but there are also two others that are related to that. The first one is to move beyond coordination towards a framework of cooperation. We need enhanced cooperation among all stakeholders. And a model of leadership in which each stakeholder will exercise leadership by empowering the other stakeholder, a model of leadership of mutual empowering. So this element of cooperation is something that is very much important when you're talking about internet governance. The technical aspect of the internet is not enough anymore when we are dealing with something that is extremely important. It is fundamental for us to achieve not only the full potential of the internet, but also for us to address some of the key challenges that we have before us, like climate, for example. Going back to the technical also aspects and the core infrastructure of the internet, the framework does enumerate a number of risks, and there is one single risk that is largely missing there, which is the legal risk. We have to consider also the fact that when we have ICANN, which is a cooperation that is subjected to the legislation of the state of California, we do have the legal risk of a single judge in California to also be a driver of internet fragmentation. And this relates to an outstanding work that within ICANN, the ICANN community has signaled the importance in terms of the accountability to work on jurisdiction. We have not worked, we have not fulfilled this mandate within ICANN. And until we fulfill it, until we conclude this, we are still going to have the legal risk in terms of internet fragmentation. So these are 3 points. The first one, the need for us to move from from a individualistic to a collective framework. The need for us to move from only coordination to a model of cooperation and mutual empowerment among all stakeholders. And the third, also this legal risk, which relates to pending work on jurisdiction within ICANN.
Thank you, Giulio. That was bringing even more into the discussion, which I think is helpful. And but we still have this reference of the framework and the different ways we can approach what you've just mentioned. I just wanted to answer quickly that question about criteria, and then we'll take 2 questions, just so we don't miss that. So in terms of the criteria, what we have been discussing and what I heard earlier this week as well, is that what would be helpful, and we don't have that yet, is once we unpack what we mean in each area of fragmentation, to perhaps identify at what point certain practices would constitute or qualify as internet fragmentation because of their impact, for example. So would one instance of a shutdown that lasts an hour, say, this is this an example to help elucidate the point, is that the same, or would that count as fragmentation? Or would it require a certain number of a certain type to qualify? Similarly, with some of the points that Olaf was making about perhaps consolidation and commercial activities at the technical layer, or and there's the sliding window that he mentioned. So what is the criteria that gets you to a certain point where you qualify something as a manifestation or as a measure that has a fragmentation impact? That's a question. It's not an answer, it's a question. We can frame it in a better way. But one thing that was mentioned that you alluded to, I think, is using a framework like the International Human Rights Framework to decide whether an instance of fragmentation is bad, so to speak, and has that impact on an open and interoperable internet that we would want to stop and avoid. For example, with data governance frameworks, it was brought up, and colleagues, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was brought up during one of our webinars that while a data governance framework might result in the short term certain requirements around certain safeguards, for example, that must be in place before data flows. If the end result is stronger norms and user rights are respected, then we perhaps wouldn't call that internet fragmentation, because the net result is positive for the user. Again, this is just an example. I'm not saying that it's correct or everyone agrees on that. But it was discussed. So can we take those 2 questions and then we can come back to the panel? Okay, yes, you were first.
Thank you. My name is Ling. I'm from China State and Tsinghua University. And I have a question regarding the fragmentation of internet governance and coordination. So I am looking at the document, and it mentioned that the government and stakeholders to address global internet policy issues from a human rights and the free flow of data perspective, but it's showing a divergence on the data governance worldwide, especially the major economies like European Union, United States, China, and India. So my question is how to figure out the policy fragmentation, and also what will the challenges be to achieve the international coordination? Thank you.
Thank you for that. And if any of the panelists want to respond, please do. We're going to take one more question and then we'll go to the online panelists.
Yeah, I have a simple typology or taxonomy question to the professionals in the field, as this is not the area of my expertise. Would you consider darknet a part of this discussion or not?
Oh, we haven't had that question come up yet. So if you would like to answer, anyone or the panelists, please do. But I know that there was already hands up for answering the other questions. So I think we'll go to those. Olaf?
Yeah. Oh, that last question is very inspiring. Actually, it's a good question. So let me start with that darknet question. So if I look at the darknet, then in essence, from a technical infrastructure perspective, the darknet, as we all know, are those sites and information that cannot be readily found through the regular search engine. But this information is available through the internet in some way or through some set of protocols. So in that sense, internetworking and interoperability for those types of information is there, and there is no fragmentation. However, if you put search engines in your sort of broader definition of what technical infrastructure is, you could actually argue that there is some fragmentation because those search engines don't pick up this information. So that's the way that I would think about this. The reason why I raised my hand was actually because of the chat. Ilona Statnik asked a question. I'm not quite sure if I transliterate her name correctly. My Cyrillic is rusty. But basically, she asks whether the introduction of certificates by governments to basically intercept users' traffic, as was proposed in Kazakhstan a couple of years back, and apparently 2 days back by the Russian government, is interference with is actually causing fragmentation. And looking at the definition that we have, interference with the public core of the internet, I would actually say yes, this is clearly a fragmentation. And the way that it works is basically that once those type of certificates are inserted or are being used, then there will be fragmentation in the application space of applications that will most certainly block that type of certificate. Now, the question is what to do about it. And I think we have to be honest and clear that our framework doesn't address actions to deal with that fragmentation and very specific cases. It's really a way to identify what might lead to fragmentation and indeed then have the follow-up discussion. But I don't think that the framework answers those questions in detail. Ilona, I would say this is something that is of interest in interest for like the Global Encryption Coalition. So most certainly bring it up there.
Thank you, Olaf. Are there any other panelists who want to respond? Okay, so I think we can now move on to the next part. Una, I'll hand over to you. Sure. Oh, Wim, you've got your hand up.
No, I wanted to add, there was one question in the chat asking what the UN United Nations family can do, or for example, initiatives such as the Global Digital Compact could do about fragmentation and dealing with it. But I think that this is a question that really fits within the next set of the next discussion. So I would suggest that the panelists, when they answer, pick that also up. If you ask the question, who should be doing what, that they also add this dimension on if there are specific actions related to the global community that should be added instead of answering it now.
Sure.
Thank you very much for this question on the chat, because it is going to be one of the key priorities in terms of digital governance and cooperation and the upcoming work around the Global Digital Compact. And this is a very good reminder, because it is indeed the issue, the mission of us avoiding internet fragmentation is specifically mentioned in the report from the Secretary General, the United Nations Secretary General. And the notion that is put out there is to some extent very much different from the one that we are talking about here. Because over there it's about the fragmentation of the information the logical layer, the need for us to actually have a convergence in terms of ideas, the convergence in terms of knowledge, the convergence in terms of avoiding echo chambers. And this is something that the framework actually does not capture. So it would be very useful for us to also reflect this within the framework, go beyond again the technical dimension of this, which as Sam has raised, may actually be more faithful to political priorities, so to speak. Avoiding internet fragmentation is one of the key points of the agenda of our IGF here in Addis. And it may be a very good opportunity for us also to make a slight adjustment on our policy network on avoiding internet fragmentation.
Thank you so much, Tulio. And it's good that we already went into the responses conversation, because I also want to bring in Mazuba back again. Mazuba Haniama is the head of human rights policy for Africa and Middle East at Meta. And Mazuba, basically our question to you is, if we're discussing approaches to avoiding fragmentation, what kind of responses do you think it's necessary, both from policymakers or other stakeholders, or even places? Where should this discussion be taken to? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I think, certainly a consolidated, structured, and strategic response is needed. I really appreciated what one of the panelists said around going beyond coordination and thinking about cooperation. And that's a really important part that I hope we come back to. I think there are a number of stakeholders who play a role here and who come together to share how we can be responding, particularly tech companies being amongst these, government policy stakeholders. I think as a company, we recognize the role the governments play in avoiding internet fragmentation. And I think we've discussed this a little bit as we think about internet shutdowns. I think also, I spoke a little bit about this too a bit earlier, but I think the Russia-Ukraine war has accelerated trends of deglobalization, protectionism, and nationalism. And this is playing out in the digital sphere too. The rise of an authoritarian internet model, with citizens segregated from the rest of the global internet and subject to extensive surveillance. This presents a real risk to the open, accessible internet as we know it. And we're constantly encouraging governments to heed their human rights obligations and protect and promote the global free flow of information, recognizing access to the internet as a human right, and to refuse to resort to internet shutdowns, which inevitably harm human rights, including freedom of expression, access to information. And then, of course, we recognize the role tech companies such as ourselves play, with almost 3.5 billion monthly users, Meta's products impact human rights for good and for ill, more than many other companies in the world. And this is a responsibility we take very seriously. In our view, some of the most important tasks we have to promote an open internet and avoid internet fragmentation is to, one, maybe make sure human rights is centric as we develop our products and policies. And that's something that my team and many other teams at Meta are very focused on doing. We're also very committed to recognizing instances where governments play a role in defending an open internet. And then inside of this conversation that we're having now, we're really interested in promoting a multi-stakeholder and international cooperation initiatives that defend, an open internet. I can talk a little bit more about this as we continue, because I think there are a few more questions that speak to stakeholders and inclusivity.
Thank you so much. Yes, and you spoke a lot about human rights being at the very core of this discussion. And I think a lot of us here agree, and that's why we also think bringing a human rights framework to our own framework and the discussions we want to promote within the PNIF is so relevant as well, because it's kind of a streamlined discussion, and also effects to this, and not just a technical, simpler in a way, debate around fragmentation. Maybe I'm not sure if the other panelists want to weigh in on this as well. I know we have been doing a little conversation on responses too, but if there's anything that have not been said yet, just raise your hands, and I'll be happy to hand the floor to.
Hello?
I'm just not sure where the order is coming from.
Hello, could I jump in?
Hi, yes, please introduce yourself, and yeah, welcome.
Hello, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Hello, everyone, and distinguished panelists. I'm Amir Mokaberi from Iranian academic community. I would like to talk about the main reason of internet fragmentation. I would like to mention three main reasons. The first reason is increasing trends of internet weaponization and internet militarization, and defining internet as a new battlefield. The second reason for internet fragmentation is unilateral coercive measures in digital world. And third mention, I think, is non-cooperation of global digital platforms by law enforcement of other country regarding illegal content and investigation of cyber crimes. The solution is defining internet as a peaceful environment based on international agreements. What would be the role of United Nations? My question is, what would be the role of United Nations family to ensure having a good internet as a civilian only and development oriented environment, rather than an unstable space and new battlefield for cyber warfare at global level? Don't you think that signing a global declaration by all member states to recognition of internet as a peaceful environment for public good could be confidence building and could be a solution for avoiding internet fragmentation? My question is, what would be the contribution of Global Digital Compact in this regard? Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to raise my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And maybe on the UN responses as well, it's worth mentioning that the UN Tech Envoy is going to be in the main session on the same topic that's following this session. So it would also be a good opportunity to understand what's the approach and how he's looking into this subject. Okay. We have two more hands on the Zoom room, but we also we're heading to the end of our session, so I'll take them to you and then we can follow the discussion. Sorry. Oh, okay, we saw that. Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. My name is Ayalo Aspakshivashi from Australia. I'm representing for the newly formed Neo Society, which is Alpha Digital Network. This is a community-based Ethiopian association. As we all understood, the 17th United Nations IGF umbrella unification is the main theme, is a resilient internet for sharing sustainable common future. As all participants know and aware, internet is based on internationalization, digitalization, virtualization, localization, with inclusive connectivity, using advanced technology such as blockchain, AI, NFC, NFT, and quantum computing. Using the tools such as IoT, IEOS. Based on this on our mind, And the previous the person from Iran, he asked the question. What I'm asking here is, Ethiopia is the best example of disadvantage and advantage of the internet. We have 67 million Ethiopians connected, and then also as the Honorable Prime Minister yesterday clearly clarified, the internet is the last 2 years distracted Ethiopia as a sovereign state. So my question is, what are the UN plan in the future? What are the plan action protect such countries or member countries from the spreading false and information to a sovereign state, and also attacking financial institutions? As you know, the current situation of the world is two different financial war, a currency war between the East and the West, which is the current, the SWIFT system and the newly established BRICS system. And based on this, what are the UN initiative member countries using securely and properly the international based internet for spreading all over the world with peacefully, productive, and accessibility in the future to all UN member countries? What are the plans? This is a good opportunity to Ethiopia. You are here in Ethiopia. You, the whole world know Ethiopia. The social media and the stream media was spreading false news about Ethiopia. Ethiopia is peaceful now. As you see, 6 months ago, it was a different face. Now I'm asking on behalf of Alpha Dejen or Alpha Neo Society members, the United Nations has to start dialoguing and starting draft international United Nations Internet Governance Law. What are the plan? It is the plan. It's not the plan. I'm asking you on behalf of my community, and also as an Ethiopian living in Australia, I'm asking on behalf of Ethiopian people, please understand, draft, start international law. Then all countries, we know that America has it, and all developed countries have their own internet laws. So there is no international law. So what are we waiting 17 times of this kind of conference is not initiating international law? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comment and question as well. Just on that, I think other than the majority of the discussions we're having here, they also have some connection with the cooperation, international cooperation, and how all stakeholders can come to the same place and table and to address and understand each other's issues. So this is also part of our discussion as well. And it's thank you for the input. We have some other questions from remote, but I'll maybe ask in spite of time for our panelists to reply on chat if possible. So yeah, but just to acknowledge them, we saw your questions, Izan and Bo. So yeah, Shatala, I'm gonna hand it back to you.
Thank you. So we want to spend the last few minutes asking you all online and on site about the next steps and what needs to be done. There are two questions there. What can stakeholders do to avoid fragmentation, to protect an open interoperable internet? What can we discuss here that we can then continue to work on with reference to the framework in the next year? That's one. And then if you have any points you want to make about the next steps for the policy network itself and how we engage others, please do share those. So those are some questions to take us into the next stage of the policy network's life. If anyone has any comments, wants to share any perspectives, please do raise your hand. Seeing any here. Are there any online? Anyone online? There's one here, so go to you.
Okay, thank you for your clarifications. I'm Dauda from Senegal, but there is something is going up my mind. Is fragmentation here is a concept or it's just a fact? And if it is going to be, if it is a concept that is going to be implemented, maybe it will have a huge impact on digital rights. Okay, am I right for that? That's my question.
I believe the understanding is that it is happening and could get more serious. And now is the time to do something. Any other thoughts?
We also have some questions from remote.
Okay.
I think Bo, right?
And yes, the impact on digital rights is certainly there. Sorry. Go. Let them in.
Bo, if you want to open your mic and send your tell us your question.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Claire. So this is Bo from ISOC Youth Ambassador. So my question is, according to the structure we provided to the meeting, I have seen that some kinds of ideas or the what can we say, it has some kinds of ambiguity, because when we talk about the content or something like that, is all the behavior that limited people from viewing the content in the internet can be referred to the user experience part of the fragmentation of the internet. But we still have some behaviors such as fight against the cybercrime or the discrimination. So maybe in the future, beyond talking about what is or what can be referred to the fragmentation, maybe we can talk something about what cannot be referred to the fragmentation in the future, especially when we think about the fighting against the cybercrime or the discrimination or other things against the human rights. These things cannot be referred to the fragmentation. So that's my point. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I think that's very helpful in thinking about what is and what isn't and unpacking those different elements in more detail. Something that the policy network could do. Any other thoughts on how we can move forward? Panelists are also welcome to come in. Yes, the gentleman there.
Hi, coming again. I'm just actually wanting to respond to the last comment of the gentleman, right? Cyber, there's certain activities that will have a consequence of creating a risk of fragmentation or driving a certain degree of fragmentation. But that is, an inevitable consequence of law enforcement or the like. So especially if we consider things like content moderation and that sort of thing, the fact that a particular country has a fact-checking organization or does something or another to engage with platforms that says, hey, this content is harmful content, please do something about it, does create a risk of fragmentation. But when we weigh it up, we sort of come to the conclusion that there's other ways to navigate the fragmentation risk. We're not talking here about a technical thing. I think it would be unhelpful to redefine fragmentation to exclude things that are fragmentation, but that we accept as as acceptable. I think we need to sort of, yeah, avoid this sort of, if we like it, it's not fragmentation sort of discourse.
Yeah, I was just going to say that from some of your interventions as well, I get the feeling that the user aspect, the user basket might be the one that we need to qualify or better define the most, or even like what, because as some of the interventions pointed out, geo-blocking content, even content moderation, application of content moderation rules, content governance in general, this has been happening ever since the beginning of social media and intermediaries. So that is also the part that we might need some better qualifiers as well. So if anyone has ideas or inputs to that, it will be very welcome to the discussion, because we do want to know like what is definitely the problem here, right?
Great. So we'll go quickly to the comments from the online participants, and then we'll be wrapping up. So is that?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, my question was sort of asked a while back, so I think the time for it has sort of passed. But in light of the recent comments on content moderation, I think it's come back to the fore. The question that I have for the panel is, does the framework address extraterritorial measures that are globally applied? For example, you have things like global content takedown orders, which may potentially go against certain human rights principles, but the user experience is not fragmented in that case. However, there is still overall loss. And so I think Olaf recently answered the question that arises from that, which is, should fragmentation be held up against an ideal version or standard of what the internet experience should be like, rather than what it actually is? Because you might have loss of rights even if the experience or the infrastructure is not really fragmented. That's the question that I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we also have Nawal has her hand up, right?
Yes, thank you. I also wanted to comment on the ramifications of internet fragmentation on the emerging technologies and AI. If we look at this issue in the future, I think it would like have an immense like impact on those technologies. The free flow of data and information, restricting the free flow of information and data will eventually like exacerbate the issue of unfairness and bias we see right now in AI. It would like eventually may lead to stop these technologies or severely exclude those people and nations from the global space and be included on those innovation. Yeah, I think it's important to also take into account the impact on the free flow of data and how it will impact the emerging technologies like AI and IoT and big data when those like societies or like nations that imposing internet fragmentation continues to exclude those people. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that perspective. I think you brought an interesting point now all about how fragmentation excludes people and has an impact on development. And it really has a very wide range of impacts. We spoke about digital rights there. I think human rights has come up a few times. Well, that is, of course, one of the impacts of fragmentation. And one of the reasons that I think we are also concerned and committed to avoiding it. And one step for that in that direction has been trying to understand better everyone's perceptions. We hope that the framework is useful in that regard. We are planning to take this conversation, unpack it in more detail, perhaps the what is and what isn't in each area, consider what criteria or what elements of a spectrum of what could constitute or qualify fragmentation in each of those areas might be. And ultimately, we hope that we'll be able to offer some recommendations. to the global community, to stakeholders for addressing internet fragmentation, for avoiding it. And one area is, of course, one opportunity is the Global Digital Compact. And so with that, I want to make sure that nobody else wants to come in. Yes?
Just another comment on the draft as well. This was obviously one of the first opportunities of interaction between the IGF community and the draft framework. It's open for comments if anyone wants to bring in any more ideas or if you want to suggest anything in the baskets or qualifications or anything in that sense, it's very much open to anyone. It's on the PNIF page. You can find it under the intersectional work of the IGF. So yeah, you're all welcome to weigh in and add some more thoughts to this discussion.
And just to add on what Bruna just said, so the draft framework is there, and the idea is if the PNF next year continues its work, that it can start from this framework to probably discuss a lot of the questions that have been raised today and have more detailed focused discussions, but within the framework or using the framework as a background. And I wanted to add the PMF is indeed looking forward to further comments and input. The framework itself, but also the summaries of the meetings we had that led to the framework are on the Policy Network's webpage on the IGF website. And there is also a link to a simple Google form where you can submit feedback either on the overall idea of the framework, or if you want on any of the three elements or dimensions want to add in comments, we would very much appreciate.
Thank you all again so much for coming. We would also encourage everyone who can to come to the main session on internet fragmentation, which is happening at 11.
Starting 30 minutes, 11:30.
15
minutes.
In 15 minutes, where again, we hope to build on this discussion and hope to see many of you there. Thank you for coming.
Thank you all.
Thank you to the panelists as well.
Yes.
Of course, online.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Great, thank you. Yeah, what's it? Well, exercising it. Yeah, so I think they're
Now, on the English channel, can you hear me? Okay, thank you.
Hi, we can hear you. Yes, Nina. Hi, Yusuf.
Please promote the captioner.
Yes. Yeah.
Can I give you my card and you can, I have another session that's open. But you can contact me here.
And what the main point is that the students are vulnerable.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Cherry, Samil.
Yes, Mike, can you hear me? 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 Michael, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you at the moment, but can you just
Mike,
continue
can
to
you hear me?
test? Yes, I can. I can hear you, but can you just?
No, that's it. Michael, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Thank you. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Is it good now? Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Shake microphone 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Thank you.
Test 1, 2. 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 Testing microphone 1, 2. Testing the audience microphone 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Testing microphone 1, 2. Testing microphone 1, 2. Testing microphone 1, 2. Testing microphone 1, 2.
Try.
Check 1, 2.
Hello.
Check 1, 2.
Hi.
Yeah.
Testing microphone 1, 2. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Wherever you want. If you want. Oh, you could like.
Happy to
move. You guys also remember to turn them.
That's good.
It's gonna be
You're
four.
far away. You're very far.
It's gonna be when the audience is speaking. Some of them
I like
very quiet. Remind them just to speak loudly. Okay, so that.
this is
More in the middle, right? Unless we want to be on one side.
okay. I'm here.
If you feel comfortable, it's fine.
I'm here.
Happy to.
Is there anyone else? Other than- So do you want to go or? Yeah, we. Maybe.
Very good. When did the rules change? There one and other was and then other writer in that. And then I realized that they will change.
Morning. Up here. How are you?
Bye. Nice to meet you. I think I missed the call the meeting on Tuesday. And I can't come tomorrow. But it's good to see you.
Many more occasions.
How are you?
Very well.
I must be busy for you.
Yes, yeah, nicely busy.
Good night, okay.
Rather busy than bored.
Right, right, there is a spectrum there. I think Chris is just trying to figure out something with the video.
There's a region.
Multimedia is always a challenge.
I can do it. You're gonna do it afterwards. We're starting now.
But we'll have production. Yes. And then.
What can you do tomorrow? Yeah, what do you do? What are Exactly. It's there.
Should I? Okay. Should be. Please. Welcome, everyone. Hello. No, it's okay.
Maybe we should all condense a little bit.
What here?
Yeah, let's flow. This is actually starting with like one.
Okay.
No.
Part of it.
Welcome everyone again. Please take your seats. We're starting a little bit behind schedule, but very happy to see the crowded room. So welcome.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So my name's Chris Buckridge. I work with the RIPE NCC. I'm also on the MAG, and I'm going to be moderating this session along with my colleague Bruno. Internet fragmentation. Yeah, I think we've already had an awful lot of discussions about this just in the last 3 days, so 2.5 days. So I hope this is an opportunity in this main session to bring together a lot of the discussion and the learnings that have been happening, not just at this event, but in the lead up and in some of the other areas where this work's been going on. As we're all aware, the Internet Governance Forum this year is structured around a number of themes, which are reflecting the themes that the Secretary General of the United Nations laid out for a global digital compact. And so the idea is that the IGF community will be able to structure its input, its feedback, and its knowledge in a way that will inform that global digital compact and ensure that that can be a really useful and effective document. So avoiding internet fragmentation is one of those themes, and it's one that I think has, perhaps more than some of the others, required some deep diving, some digging into what does fragmentation actually mean, what do we mean when we talk about avoiding it, and what does that mean for the users of the internet, for the internet itself, and for what the internet can actually bring to our societies. So in the main session here today, we have quite a large panel actually, but I think a panel that will bring a lot of very different, diverse perspectives and knowledge to do the discussion. We have Amandeep Singh Gill, who is the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Technology. We have Tatiana Tropina, a professor from the University of Leiden. We have Edmund Chung, who's CEO of the .Asia organization and is also a member of the ICANN board. We have Raul Echeverria, who's associated with the Latin American Internet Association, ALAI. Emila Gandhi is head of inclusivity and policy development at Meta. Sheetal Kumar is with Global Partners Digital, and has also been one of the drivers and chairs of the policy network on internet fragmentation. What we wanted to start this session with, and not to sort of have this as the full take on youth, but we wanted to hear some youth perspectives on what internet fragmentation means to them. And we put out an open call, Bruno and myself, to get some short videos from youth, some of them here, but also a lot of them unable to make the journey. And we would like to play that. I hope this will also inspire youth to speak up later when we have some more open discussion and to contribute. So I think we can play the video now. That would be great. Maybe, can we?
The outcome of the local approach and the local collaboration between the parties. However, within the environment of the change or important to believe in the model approach, I may be
These are very possible for me to access aftermarket information models. Secondly, there will be less of processes, better communication out of the local community.
So these concerns about implementation of communication, communication and clarification, the fact that everything is regulated by specific authorities or entities. As a result, internet is no more democratic and united world standards. We should have local and national disputes with different stakeholders involved, plan when their rights often and unstated internet are violated, and how they can be involved in negotiating the landlord approach. That people integrate the identity and local municipality, ensuring the benefit of the engagement and actually the policy and identity implementation.
I think there is some ways to prevent that communication, especially doing some international agreements, trade, and seeking that the countries will sign it and put it on perspective and insert it in the national regulation. So that would be universal role of transportation. I think you help by proposing, let's say, by bringing the matter to date and making people know this is.
For me, internet communication represents a threat. The very thing that makes internet is extraordinary cool. It's a threat to its open architecture, it's a threat to its interoperability, it's a threat to full information, which is and was responsible in a great extent to the economic advancement and the scientific advancement we witness day by day. And also, in my perception, the internet fragmentation is not which is the fragmentation of the global and the income of the stress and fragmentation. I believe that is making a real effort to focus on important on the things out of common, our common vision, our common comprehension of what we can say and what we can see. And the great important involved to the discussion involvement in honest discussion. Some people fundamental is keep it an open and safe space for everyone. Thank you.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Working. We thought it would be interesting to have this first video on the perceptions about fragmentation from the youth as kind of this new generation, the internet-born generation almost, and the ones that are closest to our technologies and so on. But and also to highlight how different the perceptions can be depending where you come from, what's your background, where's your region in the world, and even your job and what you do. So it's really enlightening to be able to hear those inputs on that. But moving on to the conversation. Avoiding internet fragmentation is one of the complex digital issues the United Nations Secretary General recommends that is addressed in the Global Digital Compact. So Amandeep would like to ask you if you would be able to elaborate on how do you think fragmentation should be seen as a risk or even a focus in upcoming UN negotiations, discussions, and processes. And the idea for us is for you to help us understand what is this perspective from the UN on this topic. And even this has been a question in the previous session too. So there's a huge interest.
Thank you so much. And congratulations to you, Bruna and Chris, for flipping this session, bringing the youth voices up front. And it was very instructive listening to the youth perspectives. You see clearly that the user experience on the internet is fragmented today. So that's a reality as we move from one geography to another, or one application or set of applications to another. We don't have a smooth transition. We get limited in the ways that we use the internet. So this user experience fragmentation is a reality. Are these cracks on the top are of sufficient width or seriousness that they threaten the fundamental foundations of one internet? That's really the key question. And the reason the SGE has argued for this to be included in the considerations for the Global Digital Compact is because of the seriousness of this particular risk. And the fragmentation of the internet is actually the direct opposite of digital cooperation, the kind of collaboration we need across countries, so multilateral in a sense, and across domains and stakeholders, multi-stakeholder. So this is the exact opposite of that. So that's the seriousness of this issue, and that's why it deserves to be treated as part of the GDC discussions and consultations. Now, what is contributing to this fragmentation? There is, of course, at the content layer, there are different views on the social and economic consequences of what happens on the internet. Different countries, different cultures may have different regulatory approaches, whether it is religious or other cultural sensibilities or particular national perceptions around data protection and privacy. So some of this is legitimate. Some of this may be done in a way which is blunt and which kind of leads to those fragmentation issues. So that's one aspect of the story. The other is the economic opportunity drivers for fragmentation. It's ironic because on the one hand, the one open, free, secure, inclusive internet has delivered such tremendous economic benefits. And one of the youth participants mentioned this aspect of the opportunity. But then when you see these gigantic market capitalization figures, and you see some of these other aspects of success, whether hyped or not in the media or otherwise, there are some who consider, why don't we have an equal share in the pie? And so they start to look at, how do I cultivate my own digital economy? And for that, do I need to have a control over data or over platforms? Do I need to, like in the old days, in the industrialization sector, do I need to protect and build up my own national champion? So that's another driver. And the third one is simply lack of sufficient international collaboration. People are just being left to do their own things, lack of sufficient multi-stakeholder collaboration, and we need to work harder to address that problem in the context of the GDC and beyond. You mentioned one question, which is like, a self-reflection for the UN forums. Are we also contributing to fragmentation in terms of like the governance discussion or otherwise? And frankly, one of the three pillars of my office's work is coherence. So it's as important as the governance work, as the SDGs enabling work. This is how much the SG wants us to be aware of this, that different organizations across the UN system, whether they be engaged more on the physical networks or they be engaged on the human rights implications, education, etc., are more coordinated so that member states, other stakeholders do not have to be confused as they deal with different aspects of the digital. And we are delivering as one UN for different stakeholders. And the IGF actually plays a very, very important role in those considerations around coherence and coordination, so that we in the UN system are not contributing to an already difficult problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amadee. Yeah, some really interesting reflections there. I think the idea of the tech envoy role as a strategy against fragmentation of governance is a really interesting perspective to put your office in. So thank you for that. We are running a hybrid session here in the spirit of the modern IGF. And our next speaker is Dr. Tatiana Tropina, who's still back in The Hague, I think. So Tanya, I'm turning to you as someone who's been involved very much in the academic discussion of fragmentation. I know you've done some work recently that sort of summarized a lot of the other discussions that are going on. The question I guess we wanted to pose to you is, what's the current status and the sort of existing risks of fragmentation looked at from that academic perspective? And I think also importantly, has that changed significantly in the last few years? We've seen this topic really come up in priority, come up in sort of focus. Has that reflected changes, or is that just, well, the Secretary General perhaps bringing it onto the table? So thanks, Tanya.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm happy to be this remote diversity token. Thanks for having me. So let me start with the idea that have already been floating here and has been expressed by Amadee, that we are looking at fragmentation from various layers, right? Technical layer, and then content layer, and also infrastructure layer. And from my perspective, internet has always been fragmented, right? So it is a mesh of network, self-governing autonomous systems. So it has been fragmented already, but it is not at the same time, because connectivity remains. All these systems speak the same language. There is a dominance of TCP/IP protocol. There are unique identifiers like domain names, IP addresses, and they are governed globally. And this connectivity has not been challenged. So in a way, as long as it remains, internet is not going to be fragmented. So everything that we thought about like 5, 6, 10 years ago in terms of internet fragmentation, challenging this connectivity, like let's say alternative route, or a few years ago the new IP, or something else that will break or splinter the internet into some islands of connectivity, it did not materialize, or it has not materialized yet. However, what we are seeing, and why this debate is very important today, is various governmental and international intergovernmental organizations and initiatives tackling this global connectivity, tackling exactly this technical layer. And the dichotomy like authoritarian regimes, democratic regimes is not relevant anymore, because, for example, some of the recent EU initiatives almost tackled, well, thankfully we got out of it, the root zone servers. So something that is going on right now, which has not broken this connectivity yet, which hasn't challenged it till the end yet, can eventually result in the loss of this global connectivity. So this is one of the reasons why this debate is relevant. Now, going beyond the technical layer, and I very much like that the term user experience fragmentation has been used here already. When I look beyond the technical layer, when I look at the content layer, at the infrastructure layer, it is not internet fragmentation, because as I said, the global connectivity remains, but what we see here is that again, authoritarian and democratic regimes alike are using the same tools for different reasons. Some of them for survival of their own political systems, some of them under the reason of protecting their citizens, restriction of information flows, restrictions of connectivities, building the borders around their national internet, treating this connectivity and the global network in some way as an extension of their sovereign soil. And in this regard, the user experience in various parts of the globe can be very, very different. Many of these restrictions are purely human rights violations, and this is why I am so uncomfortable to call them internet fragmentation, because it just diminishes the problem a bit. However, I do agree that this control and the imposition of these restrictions around the globe is a very, very dangerous trend, which at the end maybe will not challenge the global connectivity in terms of unique identifiers and how internet works, but it can significantly fragment the user experience. It can significantly challenge the openness and the global nature of the internet, can just basically break the promise of innovation and connectivity. Ultimately, and I know that I don't have much time, internet shutdowns, again, I would not call it fragmentation of the internet. However, this is to me purely human rights violations, and they, again, not even change user experience, not even fragment user experience. They just simply do not allow users to experience the internet. Now, just bringing this all together, why we are having this now, I think that today this debate is as important as ever. And the reason for this is this appetite for digital sovereignty, appetite for regulation. And we've heard here already about multi-stakeholder collaboration. I think what is going on right now is that we somehow lump into things multi-stakeholder collaboration, which is very important, but also the multi-stakeholder model of governance of the technical layer, which already exists. And I think a strong commitment to this governance, model of governance, is being significantly watered down. And if on the content and infrastructure layer, these changes to user experience are reversible as long as global connectivity remains, once we lose the technical layer, we'll lose internet as we know it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatiana, for the input. And I think we do agree that regardless of the place that you're discussing, whether you are talking about basic human rights violation or even fragmentation, a lot of these debates that we have about this topic, they started in the infrastructure layer. And as somebody else pointed out in the previous session, if there is fragmentation at the infrastructure layer, there is fragmentation for everyone basically, and for the internet as a whole. So moving on to the infrastructure discussion, I would like to ask a question to Edmund Chung. So how would you consider this is a concern for the DNS or either the operators community? And the second question is whether this aligns with what was just explained by the UN Tech Envoy. Thank you, Edmund.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you for having me here. This is certainly a hot topic, internet fragmentation. But I want to start with really building on what Tatiana said. What is or what is not internet fragmentation? So there are different aspects of user experience. Diversity, for example, shouldn't be a fragmentation. When I go to Google, for example, here in Ethiopia, the first time I see it, it's in Ethiopian language. You know, that's user experience and probably not fragmentation. But so I think the framework that the policy network has been putting together is very useful to allow us to discern what is or what is not fragmentation, and the layers of fragmentation that we can talk about, the technical layer, the governance layer, the content or the user experience layer. And other things is that, you know, the internet itself is a decentralized system. The decentralization of it shouldn't be considered fragmentation. You know, just for example, we operate .asia, we have slightly different policies than .com or .jp and .kids, for example, that we also help operate. It's very different. The policy for .kids obviously would be different from .com, right? I mean, this is a space for safety and protection of children and for children's rights. So this is, I think, the risk when we really talk about it is when we take it too far, this concept of internet fragmentation. And one of the good examples is like digital sovereignty. I think many different governments like to talk about digital sovereignty, but when you try to apply it all the way down to the technical layer, the fundamentals of the internet, if it breaks the one internet that we talk about, that's a problem. That's when we should really be wary of those who try to break the institutions that and the multi-stakeholder models that we have built over the years. So to make the internet work or just work as it is right now. I think reinforcing the institutions, reinforcing ICANN, participating at ICANN, participating at IETF, those are important aspects, participating here at the Internet Governance Forum and the Internet Governance ecosystem. I think that's the kind of thing that's important to the topic of the day, which is to how to avoid internet fragmentation. And to avoid the fragmentation, I think there's in terms of the technical layer, when you think about the DNS or the fundamental layer, it's also important to continue to adopt and upgrade some of the standards from, for example, moving from IPv4 to IPv6, DNS-wise, DNS security, internationalized domain names, basically domain names and email addresses in your own native language. Upgrading those basic protocols is also an important part. And finally, I wanted to pick up on one of the things that one of the youth participants in the video said. It's really about trust. If we wanted to avoid internet fragmentation, trust is kind of the glue that keeps the internet whole and unfragmented. If we try to introduce multiple incompatible protocols and standards, if we try to challenge the governance of the mechanisms, the institutions that we have by certain local or regional legislative rulemaking, we kind of dissolve the glue that binds the internet that we love. And that's I think the threat, and that's the internet fragmentation threat that we need to be wary about and concerned. So I guess I'll close here. There's three things that I really want to highlight. One is discerning what is and what isn't fragmentation. Number two is the protocols and the standards, they get upgraded, get updated, and continue to have these open standards is important. And third and most important is to avoid fragmentation. I think most in the technical layer is to reinforce and come participate at ICANN, come participate at the IETF, come participate at the IGF. They're not perfect institutions. They need improvement. They need to be more cognizant of human rights. They need to be more cognizant of democratic principles, but come and participate and improve them. I think that's one of, I want to leave with in terms of avoiding internet fragmentation.
Great. Thank you very much, Edmund. That's, I think captured some very fundamental points there and well, left a lot of open questions as well, I think, which is handy for the discussion. Next, I wanted to throw to Raul Echeverria. So Raul, you're someone who obviously has some background in technical community, but these days I think is coming more from the sort of the industry side, the private sector. And I think bringing that private sector perspective into this discussion is really fundamental. So, I mean, I think looking to you and looking to the organizations that you're working with in Latin America there, what are the concrete examples you're seeing where technical, commercial, policy measures are leading to fragmentation or effects that we can call fragmentation?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to the organizers. Thank you for the opportunity to share the panel with such distinguished colleagues here. I think that we have to start saying that something that we have to state more clearly, that this fragmentation is bad. It's something, this is why we want to avoid that. And the global reachability and is one of the key factors for the success of the internet. Integrity and global reachability are the basis. And I would add also trust, as Edmond said. And the problem is that when people get different responses to the same action on the internet, similar actions, different responses, just because they are connected to different networks within the same country or in different countries. So the trust is lost. Because you cannot trust in the tool that you are using. So we already talked, and I think that the policy, the framework that the policy network is providing is very useful for that. We understand the different kind of fragmentations. Also, other colleagues already talked about the experience, the user experience fragmentation. So let's focus more on the technical aspects or the technical layers. And we know also that inside of that category, there are different situations. There are intentional fragmentations, and I think that in the previous session we heard about a concrete story about a country where it is happening, and so when that fragmentation is intentionally provoked, so it's a political issue. And I think that is aligned with what Tatiana said before. This is not just a fragmentation. We don't have to keep the idea that it's something that we can resolve just with technical measures. It's something that is in the political layer. But we have, and I want to focus on the other part, and the other category, that is the unintended fragmentation. And this is more than a political thing, it's a policy thing. And I thank to the English language that give us the opportunity to differentiate between political and policy, something that in Spanish is more difficult. But what you asked for concrete examples, and we see that in many, and other colleagues already talked about the geographic component and the fragmentation between different geographies, but we see fragmentation also inside of a single country. And why? Because policymakers are trying to solve concrete specific problems and trying to look for simple solutions. And so one example could be to block or filtering contents because they are violating intellectual property rights, or because they are considered illegal, or we see examples regarding gambling, or many other cases. So we see laws and regulations that simply say to the internet service provider or to the platforms, you have to remove or you have to filter this content. But unfortunately, filtering or removing content is more complicated than what it seems. And so policymakers underestimate because sometimes because they don't involve all the stakeholders from the beginning in the discussions. And there is a very interesting paper from Internet Society, I think from 2018, not sure, that explain all the ways that existing mechanisms to filter a content, and it explains all the risk associated to each of them. So this is not simple, and the risk, beside of course the obvious risk associated to the affecting rights, especially freedom of expression, there is a huge risk of fragmentation because different ISPs can take different actions to comply with the same order to filter content. We are seeing now, right now, that all of us are following, I guess, what's happening with the World Cup. And we have seen a lot of initiatives, policy initiatives in different countries that are trying to protect the rights of those who have the rights about the transmission of the games. And so it's the laws or regulations just say to the ISPs, you have to remove the illegal streaming on those games, and it leads to the problems that I mentioned before. But it could be even worse. There is also an example that what we know as a kill switch, that is when, what is it about? Is when the law just say that if a site or a company don't comply with a certain rules, it should be blocked. But it ignores the evolution of the internet architecture in the last few years. So it's not that we can just block a site simply, because the architecture has evolved. We have clouds, we have platforms that host sites of other companies or other services. You cannot just block Amazon.com or Facebook.com or something like that. So how the ISPs try to comply or try to implement resolutions like those is high risky, and this is the kind of thing that should be avoided.
Thank you very much. Yes, and I think you captured a really relevant point, and also why we insist this as part of a bigger global cooperation, and why this is also something so relevant to be discussed at the IGF. That is this willingness from all stakeholders to take part in all strategies and mechanisms to avoid fragmentation from happening. So now we have a question to Emilar Gandhi from Meta. And our question is, Facebook and other social media platforms, they play a rather complicated role in discussions about fragmentation. So how do you see the private sector or even these platforms playing or even helping prevent fragmentation from happening? Welcome, Emilar. Thank you for accepting the invitation.
Thank you so much, Bruna, and thank you for inviting me, and thank you for inviting Meta to be part of this conversation. And also thank you for centering the youth voice. Not so many panels or workshops that I've attended really put the voice of the youth at the center of this conversation. So thank you for that. As my previous panelists have mentioned, ICTs and digital technologies, when used responsibly and equitably, can create opportunities for everyone, transforming lives in communities as a formidable engine of innovation. But this unique potential, as Raul and other panelists have mentioned, can only be harnessed if the fundamental nature of the internet as an open, interconnected and interoperable network of networks is preserved. And one of the things that one of the panelists mentioned also is that we need to preserve the rights, the freedoms, trust and safety of the people who are using the internet. Platforms like Meta, obviously, we do have a major role to play in avoiding internet fragmentation. With almost 3.5 billion users monthly, in our view, one of the most important tasks we have to promote an open internet are threefold. One is to make sure that human rights is centric as we develop our products, as we develop our policies. Secondly, recognizing instances where governments can play a role in defending an open internet. And third, promoting multi-stakeholder and international cooperation initiatives that defend an open internet. And how do we see these play out as Meta? So first of all, as some of my fellow panelists have already mentioned, is that people all over the world are increasingly exercising their rights to freedom of expression, participating online. Some of us are enjoying the World Cup and hoping an African nation wins the World Cup. Access to information, health, education, and so much more online. But at the same time, we cannot run away from the crucial challenges. We recognize those crucial challenges. First of all, people are being siloed, or people who are using our platforms or people who are using the internet are being siloed and limited on their ability to use our platforms to express their rights due to restrictions on the open internet. Secondly, violations of human rights are increasingly taking place online, from hate speech, bullying and harassment, to misinformation and disinformation, surveillance, and many other things that have been covered in other IGF workshops. What have we done as a platform and to avoid this fragmentation? What has been our approach? So we've taken several steps to put human rights at the center of how we approach this work. So first of all, we've built a human rights team, and I'm sure some of you have met, part of our human rights team. We've adopted an ambitious human rights policy, launched an oversight board, created a human rights defender fund. We've also joined the UN Global Compact and recently published our first ever human rights report. One of the things that we are also doing beyond all these things that we've mentioned that my team focuses on is putting stakeholder engagement at the very heart of how we develop our community standards, focusing also on underrepresented and often marginalized and minoritized communities who are usually at the periphery of policy development making processes. So those are some of the approaches that we are taking. One thing that I would also want to mention is that I'm not sure if some of you were part of the opening session, and one of the things our VP for Africa and Middle Eastern Turkey, Kojo Boachi, mentioned is that we are working also to promote efforts to expand meaningful connectivity to the internet. I think some of my fellow panelists mentioned already around, like the content layer and how that contributes to internet fragmentation. But we must also acknowledge that access in itself is not enough, but meaningful access and meaningful use of the internet, which is enabled by digital literacy, online environments that are free from bullying and harassment, discrimination, violence, and others. As Meta, we want to be part of the solution and not really part of the problem, but we also understand that we are part of an ecosystem, and this needs to be a cross-functional, industry-wide collaborative effort. Over to you, Bruna.
Thank you. On this fragmentation issue. And one of the complexities in putting this session together and in addressing this has been having sort of parallel, but I think complementary work going on in the policy network on internet fragmentation. So our next speaker is Sheetal Kumar, who's with Global Digital Partners, but is also able to speak to what's been happening in that policy network. There's been a lot of meetings. There was a session immediately before. And just before I go to Sheetal, I wanted to mention, in the spirit of the hybrid meeting, there has actually been some really interesting discussion in the Zoom chat. So if people are even in the room interested in jumping into the Zoom chat, there's been some discussion there. And one of the really interesting points of contention there has been a bit about that sense of fragmentation of the user experience versus fragmentation at the technical level, which I know the framework has really addressed. So perhaps if you can give us some context and on the work of the policy network and how it fits into this discussion, that would be great.
Thanks, Chris, and thanks for having me, everyone. As you mentioned, I'm one of the co-facilitators, along with Bruna, of the policy network on internet fragmentation. And we actually ended the session just now, which was just prior to this one, with some questions about where does the policy network go next? And there was a question about, which essentially the question was, is it happening or is it about to happen? Fragmentation is actually happening. And I thought that was interesting, because we are at a pivotal point, essentially, where we are experiencing and seeing a move away from an open, interconnected, and interoperable internet. Unpacking that and understanding what is at stake is, of course, part of the exercise that we're taking part in. There's clearly something we care about here that is under threat. And now we have to do something about it. So the policy network, I believe it was set up really to address these questions about what are we talking about when we talk about internet fragmentation. And when we started, we understood there was a lot of different perspectives. So we had webinars, we had discussions, we had a survey to try and distill, when we say internet fragmentation, what do we mean? What are people referring to? And assuming other people are referring to the same thing. And what we essentially came up with was two elements of a framework where most of what people were referring to seem to fit to some extent into either of these. And one of them is, as you mentioned, and many have mentioned, a user experience of the internet being fragmented. And that might mean, I think, Tanya, you spoke to this earlier, that the connectivity, the interoperability, the actual technical layer is functioning, is connecting, it's possible to connect to it. But in practice, what people are experiencing as a result of measures that disrupt information flows intentionally and cut them off completely, for example, is that they're not connected to an open, interconnected, and interoperable internet. So that is a user experience element, perhaps. And then there's a technical layer. We had a speaker earlier who spoke to some of the elements of the technical layer of the internet and the importance of protecting the public core, and how if you undermine that, then you're undermining the core principles of the internet. And you mentioned, I think, Raul, about how the internet is evolving. And I think there's also a lot of questions at the technical layer of how you continue to evolve the internet so that it remains open, interconnected, and interoperable. So I think there's a mix of things that are actually happening and a threat, and then what we are trying to ensure doesn't occur. And then there's, of course, types of practices that perhaps are intended ultimately to control access, whether it's blocking content or otherwise, that can then, if they're normalized in certain ways, could impact the technical layer as well, and interoperability. So those are the two elements. We're still unpacking them. We're very keen to hear feedback on them. They may not be comprehensive. They may, I think they need some more work. One of the comments we had was the need to perhaps in each of the elements unpack what is and what isn't. For example, user experience fragmentation, what is and what isn't technical layer fragmentation. So we can do that, and we really count on everyone's engagement to support that. What we would like, I think another thing I need to mention is that an overarching comment that we continue to have during the webinars and discussions within the policy network was that the governance of the internet, if it's not multi-stakeholder and doesn't maintain of course, the different independent actors working together, but actually working together and actually collaborating, then that's a threat to the internet as well. So we do have to maintain and strengthen that. So that's an overarching element, which speaks to the fact that whether it's policy, commercial, or other measures, those have an impact on the internet. So that, I think, hopefully summarizes where we have got to with the policy network. But I think I should also mention that we have got there over the past few months, and we intend to work on building on what we have, and with a more common understanding of what the issue is, provide and support solutions or recommendations to the global community to avoid internet fragmentation, and to support and to defend an open internet, which, as I think, as you said, I mean, we all love. I think it's it's not overly emotional to say that. So it's an important conversation, and I again encourage people to get involved with the policy network to continue it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tal. I'll just actually give the chance for our panelists if you want to add something else to what has been said so far, and if so, you can take the floor, Edmund and Amanda.
Yeah, I just want to add, because as Raul was talking about World Cup, I think one interesting thing is that, it's important that when I am here in Ethiopia, when I open my app to my TV, it doesn't necessarily work. I mean, because of the licensing thing. And I think that is not a fragmentation. But what I do is I VPN back to my office, and then I can watch the TV. But if I cannot do that consistently, that would be a fragmentation, right? I mean, if I cannot consistently VPN back to my office and actually do that, that would be a fragmentation. But the fact that I couldn't do it just without the VPN is not fragmentation. I think it's important.
Thanks, Edmund. Amanda?
Yeah, I think in my previous remarks, I didn't go into what should be done to avoid internet fragmentation. I was saving it up for the second round. I think one thing is very clear from the previous interventions, we need to keep this under watch. So whether it is, the consistency of certain fragmented experiences or other indicators of potential fragmentation, the work that Sheetal mentioned, that needs to be done on a continuous basis so that we have early warning signs and we can take preventive action. The other aspect is the technical layer. We've had a couple of close calls, but wisdom prevailed, and there was flexibility, particularly from the governance institutions. We've had the INA transition and other points where we kind of tided over that. So I think reinforcing trust in the multi-stakeholder governance of the technical layer on a continued basis, that's the second important aspect of our work going forward. And the third one is essentially when it comes to the policy area, the governance area. I mean, many of you might have read about in the 3 internets, 4 internets that, Dame Wendy Hall and Kiran O'Hara's book. So maybe it's caricaturized, but I think we need greater collaboration across the major jurisdictions that are legislating on the digital domain, whether it's the European Union, the United States, China, India, Brazil, in the African Union. So I think that aspect of digital cooperation that needs to be facilitated, and it cannot be left only to bilateral channels. Yes, there is the TTC between the US and EU. There are many other channels, but there are aspects that are of interest to the wider global community. And that's where I think the value add in terms of the Global Digital Compact lies.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amandeep. We are going to throw to the floor. So and just before we do it, and sorry, I am taking note. I wanted to ask, I think Amandeep took us into that space that this panel, this session, I think should move towards, which is, what are the measures that we can actually do practically, particularly looking towards the Global Digital Compact. So I don't know if other speakers here or online, I'm looking at Tanya and Emila, but maybe we'll throw to the floor, and if people come up with ideas they would like to comment, then that's fine too. So the gentleman in the front row.
Please just introduce yourself and speak loudly.
Can we correct the sound? Okay. So hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. My name is Timothy, I'm from Russia. Earlier today, we have talked about different definitions of fragmentation. Well, I may have a nice example how I face internet fragmentation basically every day. Somebody said that the end result of internet fragmentation is when end users like me can't reach internet services or are limited to use them. Well, nowadays, my country, 140 million people can't use abroad services for just one simple reason. We can't pay for them. Because United States, you know that very good, imposed sanctions resulting in Visa and MasterCard payment systems cut off Russia. Why these sanctions led to such consequences? Because turns out key backbone services, such as payment systems, are historically concentrated in the United States and, much more important, are not protected from political interference. I think vulnerability of such backbone services to political interference is a root cause for global problems of fragmentation. So my question is to all the panelists, what can we as IGF, as United Nations, do to change that? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. We're going to take a series of 3 or 4, and then we're going to drive back to the panel. I see Henriette, I also see you here, and there is, so maybe we can go with Henriette and then here.
Thank you very much, Bruna. I'm Henriette Esterhuizen here, Association for Communications, for Progressive Communications. And thanks for a really good panel and also for the work of the Policy Network. I think it's very helpful. I just want to emphasize 2 things that I think the panel said and then ask a question. I really want to emphasize what Chital said about normalizing fragmentation at the level of user experience, actually risking technical fragmentation like seeping in. Of course, we acknowledge there isn't technical fragmentation right now, but I think we should never underestimate the power of policies as well as experience to trickle down and actually affect what happens at the technical level. Innovation does not always bring good things. And then I think secondly, the risk, I think, of denying that fragmentation of the user experience is so important. And I think particularly access inequality. And it's because access inequality is a threat to an open, interconnected internet. And I think if we normalize that, or if we underplay the importance of access inequality, we'll simply never really get to a point where we can effectively benefit from the internet. So I don't want to trivialize technical fragmentation. I know it's different and I know it's important, but I think I urge the techie community in particular to look at the reality and the real risks that are happening now and in the future from user experience. And then the question, which is also, I think, my proposal, what I think is extremely important, and I see how effective it can be, is collaboration between the technical and coordination layers and public policy actors. I think Amandeep also talked about how to endorse that cooperative, collaborative technical coordination. So what I want to ask the panelists is to reflect on how would you assess the state of collaboration between the technical coordination, the IAB, the IETF, ICANN, Internet Society, etc., the NROs, all the technical organizations, and their collaboration and integration and collaboration with those that deal with public policy, other content, etc., human rights, and vice versa.
Thank you, Henriette. The next hand was here, right? Yes.
Hi, everyone. Dear friends, all participants, and many thanks to panelists for insightful presentations. Actually, I would like to add that for inclusive international governance of internet and avoiding fragmentation, we need close cooperation among the developed and developing countries. Unfortunately, unilateral coercive measures as well as restrictive and blocking measures against some countries and their digital products make it impossible to reach the requested international cooperation. For having meaningful solidarity and cooperation as recommended in the UN documents, such as digital cooperation and our common agenda, conducive and enabling international environments on impeded transfer of advanced technologies and ICT capacity building at international level are necessary. So my question goes to Mr. Gill as a tech envoy of the United Nations General Secretary General. What his team want to do for this kind of problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the last question was?
Yeah, I think it's Mr. Up the back there, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for my intervention. I'm going to speak in French, please. Je suis Monsieur Daronco Giuseppe Ren, staff des Nations Unies, et je voudrais apporter une contribution.
I'm from the UN, and I'd like to contribute to this question. When we talk about internet governance, we are certain things that we are saying which are increasing, which have effects on different countries, and the commercial role of fragmentation. It points to the fact about GAFA today, and here there are no rules which are very well defined. Under GAFA, for instance, there are certain underwater cables and protocols of communication which are specific, and there's need to ensure legislation and standardization to ensure the commercial flow under GAFA. Now, with regard to that, how internet affects governance, there's an influence. When we look at GAFA, we need to avoid this commercial fragmentation with regard to internet, which starts with GAFA, but where there's need to ensure that this commercial fragmentation is dealt with, especially through internet. So how do we regulate this aspect? And as we know, internet is something that we use on a day-to-day basis. Otherwise, we should not be there. And I thank you.
We can take some answers if you would like to answer. Can we do this?
Hello, may I jump in?
Oh yeah, there was a last question from the chat as well, I think. Probably it's the person that opened the mic.
Hello, could I jump in?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me well?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Hello, everyone, and distinguished panelists. I'm Amir Mokabeli from Iranian academic community. I would like to talk about main reasons for internet fragmentation. I think that the main reasons in this regard are 4 reasons. The first reason is lack of respect for national sovereignty and values of all countries and sovereign equality in cyberspace governance. The second reason is increase in trends of cyber threats like cyber attacks, internet weaponization, and internet militarization, and the growing use of internet for illegitimate geopolitical goals. The third reason, I think, is unilateral coercive measures, UCM, in digital environments at all layers. The fourth reason is non-cooperation of global digital platforms with law enforcement of other countries regarding illegal content, like incitement to content related to incitement to violence and organized disinformation campaign, and lack of cooperation in preventing and combating cybercrimes. My suggestion to solve these issues are: 1, development of international legally binding agreements on internet governance then based on international law. For example, International Treaty on Data Sovereignty. Second suggestion is establishment of global framework rules and norms on responsible and accountable behaviors of global digital platforms and service providers. Third suggestion is defining internet as a peaceful and development-oriented environment for public good through signing a global declaration by all member states. Defining the nature of internet as a peaceful only environment, not as a new battlefield, as defined in some countries' doctrines and strategic documents, could be lead to internet fragmentation. My question to all dear panelists, especially Mr. Deep, is that what would be the contribution of Global Digital Compact to address these critical issues and implementation of this solution? How this digital Global Compact going to address these critical issues like national sovereignty, cyber threat, and internet weaponization and militarization, UCM, and non-cooperation of digital platforms? Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to raise my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. We have a last one here in the middle, so.
Thank you very much, Bruna, and thank you very much for the panelists. And we particularly appreciate also following the comment by the tech envoy, how our youth was empowered. And I'm from the Brazilian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I was very happy to hear that the Brazilian representative from the youth also sees some of the key drivers of the internet fragmentation, the fragmentation of a global cooperation as well, which is one aspect that we see as posing systemic risks for us. And my question would be very much related also to the relationship between internet fragmentation on the one hand and digital divide on the other. We have a situation that until we address digital divide, we are going to have a fragmented internet. We are going to have a fragmented human family. So my question would be, how would we move forward in going beyond the model? The model that we have now is actually of a self-empowerment. And how move from that model to a model of leadership in which we would be empowering others by leveraging human empathy and human solidarity, so that we can put addressing digital divides and promoting meaningful connectivity at the very core of the mission that we have before us. And also how to make sure that the UN, which represents the entire human family, can be reinforced as a platform for achieving this mission.
Thank you, Bruno. Thank you, Tulio. We have about 15 minutes left. I think it was really valuable and useful to hear all of those comments from the floor. So thank you very much, and for the questions as well. I want to ask our panelists if we can maybe go back through in reverse order and give you all a chance to quite briefly maybe make some final comments. And I think obviously some questions specifically from the floor, but again, also coming back, understanding that the IGF is working towards what can be some messages to output towards those working on the Global Digital Compact, if you can maybe consider some reflections on that. So Sheetal, perhaps.
Thank you. There are lots of great questions, so thank you for those. I wanted to answer two, perhaps maybe connected, and then maybe offer some reflections more generally. So Henriette's question about the engagement of different communities and spaces where decisions are being made that have an impact on others, and how much, for example, other stakeholders apart from the technical community are involved in certain spaces, and vice versa. It seems to me that there are certain actors, perhaps those are more the commercial ones or those with resources, who are engaged in a cross section of the policy and standards and other decision making spaces that have an impact on the internet, but others are not so involved. So I think there does need to be a much greater understanding of the different communities, the work and the impacts of each other's decisions. Certainly civil society, maybe less well-resourced, but I believe it needs to understand the public interest impact, and so do policymakers, of decisions made where they may not always be present. So there's that. And then I think you mentioned how those with larger resources may be able to shape discussions in certain areas more so than others. And again, that's a call and a plea for everyone to be more involved, I think, in understanding those implications, especially from a fragmentation perspective, and how, whether inadvertently or deliberately, decisions can be made that result in a less open, less interoperable, less connected internet, and understanding those ramifications, understanding how and why that's happening, I think is really key, and it's not necessarily happening at the moment. So certainly more discussions like this and more specific and nuanced ones need to happen. I think it's great that we're bringing this discussion here. So I will stop there and let the other panelists intervene. Thank you.
Working. Emma, can I turn to you for some closing reflections?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Oh, thank you so much. I'll just briefly and thank you all for the questions. I think I'll go to Henriette's question and some others on collaboration and cooperation. I think it's necessary. Cooperation is necessary. Collaboration is necessary. Is it going well? I think there's room for improvement. And as Chital says, there are some stakeholders who are, involved and others who are not really involved. And I think some of the, the conversations that we've had here show that there's still need for more deeper dialogue as well. So cooperation is necessary, but I think action or follow-up action is impossible without really understanding the issues at hand. So for policymakers, for fellow industries as well, I think there's a need for us to understand the internet ecosystem, particularly for policymakers. Internet governance processes or principles and agreements offer us a good starting point. And the IGF, for example, even the Internet Fragmentation Policy Network Forum give us a good starting point for dialogue. But I think the key is how do we take those conversations forward? How do we bridge the policy silos and ground the input and the expertise of all stakeholders, including us, private sector, the business, civil society, and also the technical community. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Emma. We'll continue in our reverse order here. Raul, would you like to have some final comments?
Thank you. Yes, I think that's speaking is again about the fragmentation as an intended consequence of legislation or regulation. I think that that we need to do a couple of things. One is to go deeper. I think the policy network is a very good instrument to continue discussing and going deeper on showing what is fragmentation, how fragmentation is caused, and to provide materials that can be used by policymakers. We need to really continue working on convincing policymakers that they need to involve all stakeholders from the inception of the discussions on policies in order to be alerted about the consequences of some ideas that seem to be good, but sometimes have other consequences that are not those that they are looking for. But for that, we also need to develop trust among stakeholders. And I think that's mechanisms like IGF are crucial for that. And we need also better or more clear ask to policymakers at the local level, at the national level, to trust in multi-stakeholder mechanisms. And I think that we have not progressed as much as we should in that sense. We have a lot of mechanisms, multi-stakeholder mechanisms, at the international level, regional and global, but not enough really empowered mechanisms at the national level. We need much more of that, and we need to work with those policymakers. And responding what Henriette asked about the cooperation within the technical community as an observer now, but as a former active member of the technical community, I think that the cooperation and collaboration is very good in that sense. I think that we need that the technical community participate more in policy discussions that sometimes they perceive as out of their scope, but they have to be there in order just to provide the technical view and the technical perspective in the policy discussions. I would hope that the technical community participate more in those processes. But and the policy network, of course, is a great instrument to increase cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Raul. I think if we had a word cloud of the discussions here today, trust would definitely be a prominent word there. So it's interesting to hear that from so many different speakers. Edmund, some closing reflections and answers to questions?
Well, thank you for all the thought-provoking, really, questions. And I wanted to pick up on a couple of things also from Henriette that raised the topic of access inequality. I think it's very interesting. Again, back to kind of a theme that I'm bringing up is what is or what is not fragmentation. If you just talk about the digital divide issue, obviously that shouldn't be considered a internet fragmentation issue. But in terms of access inequality, if the overlap becomes when issues like zero rating, for example, providers that give you free internet but only on their platform. Now that is a kind of a fragmentation. These type of walled gardens, I think, would be a kind of a fragmentation in terms of user experience. Another thing that I think is very important, and from the session is, I guess, both Henriette and Amandeep has emphasized that the fragmentation at a higher layer, if the gap gets sufficiently wide, could ultimately affect the technical layer as well. I think that is something that we really need to take to heart. And in response to Henry's question, and adding to what Raul has said, in some ways, I think the technical community really cannot take things for, they have kind of taken things for granted for some time in terms of the governance, but we cannot take it for granted anymore. That's why I'm here. I'm hoping more of the ICANN community could be here talking about these issues, also from Internet Society, from the ITF and other parts of the technical community to come here and participate. On the reverse also, I think part of it, again, my second theme of the day, the other part is, for this community to participate at ICANN, for this community to participate at the technical communities, because those are also quite open and multi-stakeholder. And last point I want to make in terms of the Global Digital Compact is really important is, I think, the reinforcement of the multi-stakeholder model, not only reinforcement of the multi-stakeholder model itself, but also the institutions that are leading the way for these multi-stakeholder model cooperation, like ICANN, like IETF, like the different regional registries, regional internet registries, and making sure, having reinforcing their and trusting their work in the Global Digital Compact will be very important. But of course, it's not just the, whatever you write in that. I'm not saying that it's just a piece of paper. It's a very important piece of paper into the future, but even more important than that is probably the participation, the continued participation. And the technical community, I think, was very active in the early days, I guess 17 years ago or more, 20 years ago, was very active. And that set us on the path of the IGF and set us on the path of this multi-stakeholder model. I think the technical community needs to come back again and be more active. And the participation, both here at ICANN, at IETF, I think that ultimately is the way to avoid internet fragmentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edwin. We might just throw to Tanya Trofina online as our second last contributor here. So Tanya, if you any final comments?
Thank you very much, Chris. And I wrote 4 pages of various notes, but I will try to be brief. I think what we could see or hear during this session round of questions is how diverse the issue of fragmentation is, how it pertains on different layers and different issues. And what I always find fascinating and frustrating at the same time in these discussions of internet fragmentation is that we rarely move to what can actually be done. We always challenge each other at the understanding of fragmentation. Is commercial practices fragmentation? Is technical layer fragmentation? Is internet fragmented? Instead of actually talking what should be done. So I'm happy, I will happily move based on these questions and maybe also corresponding to what Edmund said in terms of what can be done. And I think from this diversity of issue where fragmentation can be considered. I think that we are always focusing on what can be done in relation to the internet, right? But I think that there are, let me put it like this. The states have not, many of the states have not formally committed to the multi-stakeholder governance. Many of the states have never formally committed to the multi-stakeholder internet and fragmented internet. There are other instruments. Many of the states committed to human rights. Many of the states committed to equality. Many of the states committed to development. And some instruments can be used to address many of these issues that have been called fragmentation at this session. Where I would like to put the emphasis here is what Edmund said, the technical layer, the multi-stakeholder governance on the technical layer. Let's remember that no government and no international organization imposed this technical layer. Community implemented these standards. Community is using these unique identifiers because community put trust in it, right? My word to word cloud would be trust as well. So we have to understand that we have to untangle this issue of fragmentation, get out of this mire of discussion of what fragmentation is and understand. And I will go back to my first intervention. Once you lose the technical layer, everything is lost. And technical layer is not only some identifiers or protocols, they are the model of governance. And here I very much agree with Edmund. I participate in the technical community actively, especially at ICANN. ICANN has narrow technical mission, but I think that technical community, while having a narrow technical mission, has to go outside of its ivory tower and explain to policymakers that firm commitment to this governance is important. Because once you break this model, you break the trust, and then this is where you will lose the global, open, interoperable, stable internet. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tanya. So Amandeep, turning to you for some closing comments. An awful lot to digest there and some questions from the floor about the role of the UN as well. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. J'aimerais d'abord répondre à la question de notre ami français. The commercial actors on digital have to assume their own responsibility for preventing internet fragmentation. So what you described, you mentioned some of the big platforms. I think sometimes they don't realize how powerful they are and what their actions can do globally. So I think we need a greater recognition of that fact, and we need a greater assumption of responsibility by that part of the multi-stakeholder community in preventing internet fragmentation, because in the end, it'll impact them all negatively. And also this diversity aspect, they need to recognize that if the innovation system is deprived of diversity, then our future is at stake. So that's perhaps a partial answer to your question. There were questions around some of the political issues of the day. I think those cracks at the top, if we are not careful, they can spread to the foundation. Edmund and I have mentioned that. So I think some things did not happen, which we should be grateful for. That there was this debate around a top-level domain, whether access should be restricted. Those are the kind of things that take us down into very dangerous territory. So I'm glad that we didn't go down that path. And these other issues, they have a kind of a dynamic. So it's a chicken and egg situation sometimes. Some of the like digital sovereignty type of responses, whether they're a response or something else. So again, we have to be careful that that dynamic is not pushed beyond a point where again fragmentation gets pushed along. Az dostane irani ha tashakkur mikunam swalhaye shoma kheli jale budan. The questions from our Iranian colleagues I think valuable perspectives. You asked me how they'll be reflected in the discussion on the Global Digital Compact. So all UN member states would be participating in those discussions. So each and every one will have an opportunity to state their point of view, to participate in that discussion and contribute to what is proposed to be a truly global document. And I hope that it ends up addressing the issues that have been raised in today's discussion. Very, very interesting, very, very valuable. And so thank you to you for putting it together in such a nice way.
Thank you so much, Amandeep, and thanks everyone for the very valuable inputs and the questions as well. This is far from being the end of the discussions on fragmentation. There's a lot to unpack. There's a lot of like qualifications to make to this debate as well, whether we're just talking about things like jurisdiction or just the infrastructure layer. But like one of the things we keep on hearing throughout the session was some issues around trust, but also I would also add these reinforced commitments over the multi-stakeholder process around the IGF and so many of the things that made the internet what it is today. So I would just like to thank everyone for attending this session. And if you, I think like our plan for the session as well is it's just to reinforce that the consultation for the Global Digital Compact is open until the beginning of next year. And since this is one of the key topics in the discussions, please make sure to send in your contributions as well. So thanks all and have a good lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks very much.
Recording in progress. Test 1, 2. Test the flow. Testing 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Check microphone 1, 2. Check. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Test microphone. What? Yeah. Test 1, 2. 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 Test microphone 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Test microphone 1, 2. Is the interpreter survey?
No, this one is does. It
Hey, Michael, this is Jessie into the English channel. Can you hear me okay? Cool, thank you.
Hello again, this is Sandy testing. Can you hear me? Thank you.
Hello, Michael. This is Ray with the Chinese booth. Can you hear me? Testing audio. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Hello, I'm a co-moderator of this session. Can you hear me well? And can you see my video?
One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, testing. This is for test, 1, 2, 3.
Hi there. Hi, Tatiana. How are you? Marianne here, just checking as well.
Hi,
Is my-
Marianne. I can see and hear you very well, so I guess it's working. I mean, at least for the online.
Good, good. Okay, well, catch you later.
Catch you.
Kigali batajya bagenda n'amaguru uze ngiye ko ntakizi
Hello, Michael. This is Saipan speaking into the English channel. Do you hear me? Okay, I switch to Chinese. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Please take your seats. I hope everyone had a very good lunch. So you've got more power for the rest of the day. You can I think you can move closer to the stage. All right, let's start. Once again, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, wherever you are. Welcome to all those who joined us online and, of course, on site for the workshop, Mr. Metaverse, Blurring Letter of the Law. I'm Vadim Glushenko. I will be moderating today's
Good afternoon.
to the main session on dynamic coalitions, how they can contribute and support to the Global Digital Compact. My name is Markus Kummer. I'm the co-facilitator of the IGF Dynamic Coalitions Coordination Group. Next to me is Jutta Kroll, who's my co-facilitator. And we have a session that is divided into two parts. The first part will look more at how the dynamic coalitions can contribute to the IGF Plus model. And the second part will look at how they can contribute to the Global Digital Compact. I have the first panel here, and to start also to my very left, there is the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, and the Secretary General Amandeep Singh. And next to me, we have Jutta Kroll, as already said, on the left, and to the right, there's Paul Mitchell, he's the MAG chair, also member of the leadership panel. And to his right is Wout Denatris, Dynamic Coalition on Standards. And to the very right is Mark Carvel, who will be the rapporteur of this session. Let me start by saying a few words about the dynamic coalitions. They came into being right at the first IGF meeting back in 2006. There was the idea, the notion that there is a need for some work between the annual meetings, and somebody came up with the name, let's call them dynamic coalitions. Right now we have 24 of them. They are very diverse and they're self-formed and they're autonomous. They abide by some common principles. They all agree to be open, to have open archives, and to be open and inclusive. So this is the very basic notion, and they have also to produce an annual report. But again, they're autonomous. And right now we will discuss and look how they can maybe evolve and make a positive contribution to the IGF Plus model. With that, I would like to give the floor to the MAG chair, who may have a few ideas in this matter. Please, Paul. Oh, my apologies. I have forgotten to introduce the co-moderator who is online. You can see her waiting patiently. Hello, Tatiana. And can you maybe also say a few words and give your vision? And I would invite you then also to be a tough moderator and ask follow-up questions and make it hard for the panelists, and also to look a bit at the online chat and bring in the participants who are remote participants. Tatiana?
Thank you very much, Markus, and welcome everybody, especially my fellow online participants. I want to say that I'm excited yet again to co-moderate the session on dynamic online coalitions, because we frequently forget that IGF is not once a year event, that work is going on in between the annual IGFs. And dynamic coalitions is some sort of, for me, institutionalized process which channels this work, which splits it apart into different channels and then brings the outcome back to the IGF. And yes, I am going to be a very tough moderator, so be ready, all the panelists. I'm going to ask about actionable outcomes, about the significance of your outcomes for the IGF Plus, and then later for Global Digital Compact and WSIS Plus 20. So with this, back to you, Markus. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana, and my apologies to Jenna Fang. I forgot to introduce her. She is a remote participant and she's a remote panelist, and she represents the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. But now, again, back to you, Paul.
Thanks very much. So when I think about the 24 dynamic coalitions that we have already, they strike me that they all are ways to try to get synergy towards a common set of goals, whether that's building a new product set, building a new policy language, building a new regulator idea. They're tuning like-minded people and organizations together for a common purpose. in this, it's very similar from my perspective to the process of developing standards, whether those are television format standards or standards for building high-rise apartment buildings. They all share common structure of being able to define a problem concisely, iterate on what the problem is and what needs to be done to address it, and then to put voices in place and roles in place to actually create an implementation. Now, the 24s that are already in existence, there's a vibrant economy already. There's opportunities to take this forward. And what's been, I think, most striking, to put a light on the subject, is that it's taken flight through individually perceived needs and wants. In that sense, it's been a journey of perspectives for each of them. As we move forward, when we think about IGF plus model, which is really about finding ways to implement ideas that have been fomented in an IGF process or in an IGF environment, we're getting to the point where these are taking flight with really complicated and important ideas. And in terms of timing, with the IGF plus model in the background from the work done before, and the approach right now, moving forward towards sorry, I'm blanking. So just collect my thoughts and end here.
Thank you for these initial comments. One thing I forgot to say, we have a very strict time control, and I ask all the speakers to respect the 3 minutes timeline. With that, can I give the floor to you, Jutta?
Or take one microphone. Yes, thank you for having me on this panel. I'm representing the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment, which started their work in 2007, and then it was called the Dynamic Coalition on Child Online Safety. And referring to this objective of the Dynamic Coalition, I would like to quote from the UN Secretary General's roadmap on digital cooperation, which has outlined the prevalence of child sexual exploitation and abuse as a major concern, and referring also to the international community standing united in its shared resolve to protect children. When we decided to rename the Dynamic Coalition from Child Online Safety to Children's Rights in the Digital Environment, this was a deliberate decision to underline that children are humans, so they enjoy all human rights. But given a certain vulnerability of this group, they afford also the rights dedicated to them in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And just recently, more explicitly laid down in General Comment number 25 on children's rights in the digital environment. Several members of the Dynamic Coalition have been part of the working group on this achievement of the General Comment. Having said that, I would like to go more into the details of these rights of children as a cross-cutting issue in internet governance. And that is where I come to the cooperation that we need between the Dynamic Coalitions and between all the other platforms that we have within the internet governance ecosystem. The Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights has a strategic focus on facilitating the stakeholder dialogue on human rights, advocating for children, being respected as rights holders and early adopters of technology. And this leads me directly to the long-lasting debates that we have had with the freedom of expression community. And that is another example where we see that we only can address the issue when we have a balanced approach between these two objectives. When we look at the developments in the technology that we see so far, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and now innovations like the metaverse, all of these are impacting not only on the lives of children, but on all our lives. And therefore, they are matters that affect also the rights of children, as referred to in Article 12, the right to be heard. Let me eventually refer to the right of privacy, which holds some ambiguity. Privacy needs to be protected regardless of age, but at the same time, privacy needs to be balanced with other rights to protection. For example, the right to be protection from exploitation and abuse. I see I have to stop here, but we will continue the debate further on. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Jutta. And let's now turn to Wout, Internet Standard Security and Safety Coalition, please.
That's better. Thank you, Marcus. My name is Wout Naters, and as he said, I'm the coordinator of the Dynamic Coalition Internet Standard Security and Safety. The question I would like to raise here is how this is not working, feedback. I don't know what's happening. Can I use yours, Marcus? Is this better? Can I start at 0 again, please? Thank you. Thank you, Paul. As already said, I'm Wout Naters, and let's go into the question I would like to raise, is that how is the IGF going to ensure that multi-stakeholder IGF initiatives such as dynamic coalitions are recognized for what they produce as outcomes, which often include policy recommendations, best practices, and guidelines? I believe this question is relevant to the output of all intersessional IGF activities, so BPS, policy networks included. However, it has always been more difficult for the dynamic coalitions as a team of experts and specialists in their field, working to their own agendas and programs of work, and without any financial and content-related secretarial support provided by the IGF, to achieve any formal recognition for the results of their dedicated and hard work. But why is this question important and relevant? And now I speak for a moment only of my own dynamic coalition, which I coordinate, but I won't go into content. IS3C has following motto, which encapsulates its aim: to make the internet more secure and safer. And our goal is to achieve this by speeding up the deployment of existing security-related internet standards and ICT best practices. At the IGF this week, we are presenting the outcomes of 3 global studies. Firstly, related to the security by design of the Internet of Things. Secondly, security, education and skills. And thirdly, data governance and security. All 3 reports of last year's work by dedicated teams of experts in their respective working groups come with the recommendations and recognized best practices for decision takers in industry and national and regional policymakers. But how are we to reach them and to have these outcomes recognized if there's no platform or mechanism in place for sharing and disseminating these outcomes? This question becomes even more relevant for the IS3C next year, when we expect to have maybe 10 working groups active in different fields. IS3C is supported by some DCs, has shared some ideas and specific proposals with the MAG on how to resolve this question as a contribution to enabling stakeholders coalitions that may have similar output-oriented objectives and expectations to become an integral part of the IGF Plus movement. And I'll stop there and later come back to the suggestions.
Thank you, Wout. Also, thank you for respecting the time limit. And now we have our online participant, Jenna Fang from the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. Please, Jenna.
Thank you very much for having me at this panel today. As part of the member of the YCIG, different from many other DCs, mostly we contribute to strengthening digital capacity building. But at the same time, youth as very important stakeholder of our next generations, I believe they have to have the capacity to contribute to other areas too. This year, with my colleague from the Youth Coalition, we managed to form working groups to get the youth from the global community to make workshop and submit it to IGF. That's a good process that the youth is taking the initiative to getting involved in the whole ecosystem and try to lead the discussion on topics they're interested or topics that are concerned by the youth. But at the same time, I believe youth has to do more work to close their knowledge gap in order to constructively contribute to other key areas that is the main focus for the IGF Plus. For sure, on one of the other sessions at the Global Youth Summit this year, we addressed the importance of building digital literacy when our next generation, when they started young. We were saying we should making it compulsory, but at the same time, we are lacking the people to actually train the trainers, because teacher as public school system may not necessarily have the knowledge to teach what is needed nowadays. And we believe youth can fill up this role in contributing. But I believe there is a big need in collaborating with different DCs in the IGF, because like I said earlier, youth has to advance their knowledge in different area in order to contribute. And I believe it is also a process for us not only to work towards a common goal and with a common purpose, but also that will help with making the youth voice more diverse and inclusive. At the same time, being able to actually reflect the youth perspective, at the same time being able to address the issue. So I think these are the main thing that we have had from the work we have done in YCIG this year. Looking forward to further discuss it later on. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And indeed, it is important to hear the voice of digital natives. I'm a digital immigrant. And somebody once pointed out, normally it's not the immigrants who make the laws, but the natives. And here, I think it's good to have you on the panel. Tatiana, would you have any comments, follow-up questions, or also have you followed a little bit the chat in the Zoom?
Thank you, Marcus. Hello from somebody who is between digital natives and digital immigrants. There has been no messages on the chat, but I listened to our panelists, our discussants with great interest. And what really struck me is that everybody mentioned the issue of cooperation between dynamic coalitions. But while I recognize the importance of cooperation, bringing it together with my idea of maybe tangible and actionable outcomes, I wanted to ask, first of all, I want to frame the question in different way for different panelists. So Jutta, first for Jutta, your dynamic coalition really has done a lot of work in terms of protecting children online, in terms of safety of children, and you have lots of experts on board. I just wanted to ask you, in terms of really delivering your outcomes and channeling them into the IGF Plus process, which dynamic coalitions would be the most beneficial to work with? More or less the same question goes to Jenna. Jenna, in terms of cooperation, how do you see, in the context of the IGF Plus, cooperation between dynamic coalitions and youth dynamic coalition? How a few ideas how to streamline these and to vow a bit of a different question, because I do agree with you that perhaps the dynamic coalitions need more recognition and need more instruments to become more visible. But so again, I would like to ask you, how do you see cooperation between other coalitions? Because you also mentioned this, but what I wanted to ask you is this interplay between the outcomes of dynamic coalitions and visibility. Like your dynamic coalitions produce several reports, right? How do you see your coalition channeling this outcome, delivering these results in the broader context of the IGF plus? So what I want to ask you is how this help that you need, the visibility and support that you need would support your actionable outcomes. I hope that it is not too convoluted, but please let me know if it is. And Marcus, you decide who responds first.
Thank you for that. That's a very good question. We originally had thought to have Amadip here only for the second panel, but as he is here, I would like to take advantage of your presence. But if you don't feel like it, if you're already at this stage, would like to have, you prefer waiting? Or? Okay, thank you for that. Well, the question you asked, I think, is the crux of the matter. And I don't know who would like to answer that. I'm looking to Paul, or you would? Okay.
Okay. So I think the question you asked really gets to how does this all get actioned so that good happens? I think that's the key challenge, and the key approach is to be able to reach out to those with common interests, define what it means to actually have an implementation of whatever this outcome, this work has defined, and then work through the process to get supporters that ultimately can put it into position for operations or execution, depending on whatever it is that it is. If it's regulation resources or policy resources or technical implementation resources, the key is to be buttoned up and work through the process to take it to those who will actually implement. And this, I view it pretty much like a standards development process in which you start with figuring out what needs to be done and what problem you're trying to solve. I think the examples here that we're using with the outputs of the dynamic coalitions are problems needing to be solved, and the coalition's doing the solving. The next challenge is to actually get what's needed to actually implement the solving and get it at scale.
And Wout, thank you, Paul.
Yes, and thank you for that question, Tatjana, because it's probably the hardest question that we have in front of us. When I look at the dynamic coalition as it's working now, basically, I have the question, who do we direct our output to? Is it not the MAC chair? Is it the leadership panel? We don't know yet. Is it the tech envoy? Is it the UNDESA? Or nobody in this process? And I think that that's the first question that we need to solve, is who actually is going to make the outcome a little bit more official. Because how can it get an IGF stamp on front of the report that the coalition is writing? We have some ideas on that, on how to make that possible. For my own dynamic coalition, IS3C, what we came up with is a public review, to use the IGF review system to say, okay, this is our findings, these are our recommendations, what are your comments? And that way, everybody around the world literally can comment to what we propose to do in a draft version, and then we come up with a more final version. And that could be one step towards a better recognition. But the next step is, how do we get it on officially on the IGF website as an output? And secondly, how are we going to organize, and I mean as an IGF community, organize ourselves to actually drive the outputs, for example, through capacity building programs or through, I don't know, seminars around the world, presentations to regional IGFs or to government or industry bodies. But we need to find a way, perhaps with the leadership panel, to disseminate the major outcomes of the IGF. And that would make the major difference, perhaps, because then it gets a dissemination. And I hope this answers your question a little bit.
Thank you, Wout. And I would also like to open for the floor. Are there comments, questions from the floor? But before, maybe Jutta, would you like also to react?
Yes, of course, I would like to react. And I think the question was which of the dynamic coalitions of the 24 or the 23, if I take ours out, we would prefer to cooperate or to collaborate. And as it is with the children's rights, I would also not prioritize one right over another right. So I would not prioritize any of the dynamic coalitions. Putting children's rights right in the digital environment is a cross-cutting issue. So there are links of our work to the link of, I would say, most of the dynamic coalitions. We advocate for the principle of the best interest of the child as it is laid down in Article 3 of the UN Convention. And if in our work and in the work of the dynamic coalitions, everyone would have a look at what is in the best interest of the child, I would say that we come a major step forward to have human rights and children's rights in a good way in the digital environment. We have been collaborating with the Dynamic Coalition on Artificial Intelligence and Internet of Things in a quite concrete way. We've also been in cooperation with the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Principles, for example. And of course, we have there some debates whether core internet principles have integrated the prioritization of the best interest of the child, but that is necessary to come to the best solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see a request for the floor from the floor, and I know it's Sandra, but could you maybe nevertheless, for the benefit of the other participants here, introduce yourself before you ask your question, please, Sandra.
Thank you very much. My name is Sandra Hoperichter, and I'm speaking now as someone who is involved or is sharing the Dynamic Coalition on Schools on Internet Governance. I'm organizing one school myself, and actually there should have been a speaker from us. I don't know if he appeared. The main question on how schools could contribute to, or how the Dynamic Coalition could contribute to the Global Digital Compact could be answered from the schools on internet governance very concretely in terms of that there is a good tradition, meanwhile, that these schools are organizing practical works, so-called practicums, and many times these schools are taking on a very actual topic which is going on the UN level. And I am aware of two schools, the one that I'm responsible myself, but also another school, took the opportunity to submit a contribution to the Global Digital Compact. So to say it was part of the curriculum to go through the submission form and make a submission and agree on all these things within this group of fellows. I think, and I'm pretty sure it's already uploaded to the website, and I would encourage all the other schools on internet governance, and we will foster this from the Dynamic Coalition as well, to participate in these global processes. Global Digital Compact is for sure not the last opportunity. There might be other UN and global processes. And I think if there comes input from this level, that would be helpful for both sides. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. There will be actually a speaker, a representative of the Dynamic Coalition on Schools on Internet Governance on the second part of the panel, which you had already addressed, but that doesn't matter. It was very welcome contribution in any case. Yes, Polly. Microphone.
Just to say, we have someone with a question online.
Okay. You have somebody yes, please.
Well, no, I think Jenna raised her hand. So Jenna, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. I would like to go ahead before we figure out the logistic on site. In response to your questions and also just to add a few things that Vogt mentioned earlier, I believe the youth at the moment, unlike other DC, we don't really have someone to organize a report annually, simply because maybe the youth coalition still has to do a lot of work to make the structure of the coalition to function slightly more effectively in order to make concrete output. Because right now, if you can see the work we have done this year, mostly we are focusing on capacity building webinar. And that's, one thing we're doing. If we are talking about contributing to the actual policymaking process, we are just like forming working groups that help the youth to come up with workshop proposal for IGF. So comparing to so many other DC, I think there's still a long way for us to get there in order to get the youth voice officially recognized, just like what Vogt mentioned earlier. And I think IGF should do something to get the reports of different DCs upload on the website, because taking the youth initiative as an example, every year we will have news report uploaded on the website from different youth initiative. And me as a coordinator for the Asia Pacific IGF also, I put so much effort in including all the Asia Pacific comments from those conferences in those reports, because that's one way to make comments or contribution accessible to different stakeholders. And I think that's one simple way for us to do. In terms of collaborations, I believe anyone on the panel or any members of other DC can easily contribute and provide insights to newcomers, because to newcomers, they are very new to internet governance and everything is very new. So something as simple as a webinar between different dynamic coalition will be very beneficial and will be insightful for the youth. And I believe that will be able to contribute back to our community in the long run. Because like I said, we need to close the gap within the youth community at the same, while they are trying to contribute to capacity building for newcomers. But I think like youth like me who participate here for like 5 years, I start to feel like I am stuck in between. Like I can't talk about like I need to get heard without any standing ground. I have to slowly adjusting myself to find some kinds of focus on certain topic, but still I feel like lacking knowledge that I can contribute to. So I believe if there that kind of contributions or collaboration, correct myself, that kind of collaboration between DC, it's something I would like to see. And lastly, to add, in terms of report from the youth community, I think that's something we should work on. And then in terms of methodologies or how to maintain a working group to get that things done, I think that's something the youth has to take initiative to learn from other DC in order to make their opinion official and recognized, instead of repetitively mentioning in different occasions that youth is not heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Tatiana, did you want to come in as well?
Yes, Marcus, perhaps before I give it back to you, what really struck me in all these discussion is that Wout intervention, which came right after Paul, partially answered my questions which I had to Paul after his intervention. So basically, Paul was elaborating on reaching out to create this process of facilitating the actionable outcomes, of disseminating them, of making them more visible, perhaps, and then making somebody taking action on them. And I did have a question when I was listening to this, because it did sound a bit general to me, because there are various venues and avenues in this world where people produce reports and go to policymakers and ask for actions and try to create tangible outcomes. I wanted to ask, maybe not only Paul, how IGF is different in this sense. Is the IGF and IGF Plus the right place to channel this outcome? And this came also with a comment of Minda Moreira on the chat, which said, this is so true about to whom do we go with these outputs? And about basically answer this question with a question, to whom do we go? And sometimes it looks to me, or I hear this, that dynamic coalitions, depending on, some of them are more mature in terms of outcomes, but less visible. Some of them more visible, but still in progress in terms of creating tangible outcomes, but still very powerful. Like Jenna said that Youth Dynamic Coalition is still work in progress, but I hear about a lot of results which might need more visibility and more sort of power to be provided, more support. So I guess my question is to all of you, unless Marcus, you have another question. If there is one thing you would like to be changed at the IGF, maybe one more channel, maybe one more platform, or maybe one more push at the IGF that will give you more opportunities to create actionable outcomes, what this would be. This is the question for dynamic coalitions, but feel free to generally reflect on my comment if you want to.
Thank you for that. So that gives me a very good segue to close the first part of the session and give each of our panelists a short elevator pitch where they can say what would be the one thing they would like to see. I would like to ask you last after you heard all the others. Can we start with Jutta first? What would be the one thing you'd like to see?
I would like to see that we all understand our work in internet governance not as competitive, but that as cooperative.
Thank you. Very concise.
Thank you. Yeah, short question, Tatjana, that I'd like to answer first. I think that the IGF is the only platform where everybody can meet on an equal footing, and all the other internet standards are more or less on specific topics. But that's my personal position. I think that looking at the IGF, I think what is perhaps important for dynamic coalitions is to see if they can be integrated and invited somehow in the preparatory process, because they're working on substantial tangible outcomes and in part of the strategy discussion of the IGF. But let me thank you, colleagues and moderators, for this session, Marcus, Apollos, and Mark, for getting this session together. And if the IGF is to become the policy incubator the Secretary General of the UN has described, the DC should become more than an appendix to the IGF program and strategy, without the opportunity to make a difference through contributing to more tangible IGF outcomes and creating more positive and constructive impact in the digital cooperation. I hope that our discussion today helps the global IGF community to move forward with answers on how to integrate the valuable work of volunteers in the Dynamic Coalition more effectively into the work and output of the IGF. Thank you.
Thank you. Before handing to you, Paul, I would like to ask our remote panelist, Jenna, which is the one thing you would like to see, please?
I would really like to see a partnership between the dynamic coalition, because that's the key to achieve all the common goals and purposes that we identify. And one last thing is, I want to highlight this, may be my personal opinion, but I believe output sometimes not necessary to be a solution, but the progress or the process itself could be the outputs also. And I believe with our partnership, we can make the discussion outcomes and discussion process accessible to more people. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to you, Paul.
I would just advocate that there be a process put in place somehow to now allow tangible outputs to go forward.
Thank you. So with that, we close the first half of our panel. The panelists here are free to stay, but they're also free to go. And I would like to invite the other panelists are, I think, mainly remote, but we have one Babu here. Can you come up and take a seat? And is Professor Gupta, is he in the room? Oh, yes, here he is. Yes, please join us. It's up to you. With that, without further ado, I turn to Amandeep. You can A, reflect on what you heard, and B, I would like to hear also your vision on the Global Digital Compact and how in particular you would like to see what the dynamic coalitions can contribute. We already had one contribution from the floor that the summer schools made actually a written suggestion to the Global Digital. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Marcus. It was very informative to listen to the previous speakers and some of the comments and questions from the floor and online. I see a twofold relevance for the dynamic coalitions in the context of the Global Digital Compact. And the first one is with regard to the consultation phase, where the goal is to use a multi-stakeholder framework and also the lens of diversity, inclusiveness, and closeness to actual happenings on the ground to drive inputs into the Global Digital Compact elaboration process. So the different coalitions that have been mentioned, and within those coalitions, the initiative, for instance, taken by the schools of internet governance to gather inputs, they can be very helpful in enriching the discussions in New York with those live inputs from the ground, which touch on areas, for instance, such as digital health that are emerging, and also areas that have been around since the beginning of the WSIS process, those enduring challenges and problems. The second role that I see is that the GDC is not an end in itself. It will contain certain guidance that would have to be landed in practice in the work of different stakeholders, governments, private sector, academia, civil society, and the tech community. So these coalitions can then help with that aspect of the GDC. So it's not only the consultation and the inputs, but it's also the practice of the Global Digital Compact beyond its adoption. Obviously, there are challenges, and some of the challenges have been reflected in the questions that have been asked. The dynamicity in terms of both the topics and the membership, how can that be kept up as the tech field evolves, as the societal economic implications are better understood or better debated, and also the participation. It is volunteer participation, so those who have time, those who have resources, have the inclination, step forward, but can we be more deliberate about more diverse participation, in a sense, enlarging the size of the coalitions, making them more inclusive. And then those questions around channeling the output, the visibility, who to address, what's the right link in a sense. The leadership panel was mentioned. So one of the core functions of the leadership panel is to bring more visibility to the discussion at the IGF and the outcomes that the IGF has. So that is obviously an important interface. And post GDC, as I mentioned, there will be opportunities for this interface to be strengthened, to be reinforced. I'd just like to conclude by saying that the concept is very powerful. If you look back at the discussion on those models of digital governance, digital cooperation, during the high-level panel on digital cooperation's work over 2018, 2019, the IGF Plus model, which has been picked up for implementation. And there were two other models, and there was one common theme across all those three, which was that you need a networked approach. You need to bring together different strands of thinking, different participants around some of these governance themes. And in a sense, the policy incubator role comes alive through these dynamic coalitions, these groups of multi-stakeholder experts. So the idea is very powerful, and we need to keep working away at how to implement it better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. This is, I would say, also very encouraging remarks for the dynamic coalitions. I would also like to introduce our remote panelists. We have Vishaka Datta from the Dynamic Coalition on Gender and Internet Governance. We have Herman Ramos from the Dynamic Coalition on Data-Driven Health Technologies. And we have Marianne Franklin from the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. And lastly, we also have a representative of the Digital Natives, Mauricia Abdol-Chilunda from the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. And also present here on the panel on the stage is Professor Rajendra Pratap Gupta from the Dynamic Coalition on Internet and Jobs, and Babu Ram Aryal from the Dynamic Coalition on Schools of Internet Governance. So I would like to invite them in the order they are listed, and first turn to Vishaka Datta from the Dynamic Coalition on Gender and Internet Governance. You have the floor.
Thanks so much, and thank you so much for inviting me to participate on this panel for the Dynamic Coalition on Gender and Internet Governance. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the relevance of gender as a sort of central organizing principle for the Global Digital Compact, which we've been talking about for a while, given that the Global Digital Compact aims to come up with an outline for shared principles for a free, open, secure internet for all. These are all words that actually have very, very gendered meanings, right? So when we talk about, say, free, or we talk about freedom, we know that even the freedom to use digital technologies is dependent not just on access and connectivity, but also is a gendered phenomenon and really depends on your gender location, whether you're a man, a woman, whether you're a trans person, etc. I think similarly, when we talk about a secure internet, we know that the word security, particularly in the context of the pervasive online harassment, violence, etc., and abuse that we see, is something that needs particular attention in the context of gender, right? And I think we are really getting to a place where we are seeing that practically everything, for example, even if we think of, say, a phenomenon like disinformation, which has become so significant over the last 2 or 3 years, and including during the COVID pandemic, I think research is showing that even things like disinformation, which are seemingly gender neutral, actually do have very different gender connotations and contexts. In that context, I just wanted to say that I think for the Dynamic Coalition on Gender and Internet Governance, there are 3 priorities going ahead. One is to really talk about gender more broadly as a spectrum, going beyond men and women. The second is to really talk about gender in the context of the internet, going beyond online violence to many more things. And the third is actually to demystify internet governance itself for women and other marginalized genders. I'll end on that note. Thanks very much.
Thank you for that. Next speaker is Herman Ramos from the Dynamic Coalition on Data-Driven Health Technologies.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night, depending on where you are. Basically, my name is Herman Ramos from Mozambique, and I'm talking on behalf of the Dynamic Coalition on Data-Driven Health Technology. Basically, this dynamic coalition was created by analyzing the gaps that exist between health sector and also the digital technology. Our aim basically is to develop educational materials and information materials and make them available to different stakeholders that are basically working on the space of data-driven health technology. Basically, for that, we work with different kinds of members, from medical doctors, technologists, developers, and we try to engage in a collaborative way and produce different kinds of piece or scientific evidence and different kinds of studies. We aim to explore the relationship with other dynamic with other dynamic coalitions, but also we aim to expand our work between acquiring partnership with different kinds of organizations. That's why during the year we conduct different kinds of conference and events related to the internet governance space. And we also are a member of the IoT technical communities, special on the field of artificial intelligence. So our aim is basically to produce different kinds of inputs and outputs that can explore in this field of data-driven and technology. Basically, we also understand that this field is quite new at some point because we also move into the digital transformation, and it's important that we provide the digital literacy not only for expert members but also to medical doctors and also people with disability that somehow are left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Rajendra from the Dynamic Coalition on Internet and Jobs.
Thank you, Marcus. As you can see that I am, compared to my colleagues, underdressed for the occasion. But as we heard yesterday, Windsurf, who is one of the founding fathers of Internet, who said, we should roll up our sleeves and get into action. So I literally, put that to practice, and I'm in my t-shirt, sorry about that. As Dynamic Coalition on Internet and Jobs, we were founded as a result of our efforts in 2018 at IGF Paris, where during the closing remarks, I said that proliferation of technology should not be just for productivity and profits. It should bring people at the core. And I must say that I do not know of any organization other than IGF that has 193 countries and thousands of people who attend. I'm given to understand there are 170 plus countries registered in this IGF with 4,000 people. So I think this makes it the most impactful platform on digital technologies and IoT. Now, given the work that we have done over the years, we produce our annual report called Internet and Jobs. 2020 we produced, 2021 and 2022 is in the works. Besides that, I want to draw attention to what we heard yesterday, that 2.7 billion people are still not connected to the internet. And one of the other things that we have seen in the last month or so is massive layoffs. I think driving back to what Paul Michel recently mentioned, we're going to have a process for tangible outcomes. So today, I'm going to announce a project here, and I know that IGF was founded in Africa, and this project I'm announcing is about tangible outcomes. This project is called CREATE, which stands for Collaborate to Realize Employment and Entrepreneurship for All through a technology ecosystem. What we want to do is flip the model where we are looking at technology and automation leading to redundancies and job loss. We want to make sure that internet for all should lead to livelihood for all. I think this is where, as a dynamic coalition, we want to make sure that when we meet next year in Kyoto, we'll have a blueprint that we should take internet for all and create livelihoods for all, so that there are no job losses, rather there should be job creation opportunities. And I'm immensely thankful to Marcus, with whom we have worked with the team. And we hope that our work and our reports will lead to achieving our goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much also for respecting the time limit, and for those who are new on this panel. Again, the same time limits will apply, 3 minutes for all the speakers. Marianne Franklin from the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition, one of the very old, so to speak, coalitions. Please, Marianne, nice to see you online.
Yeah. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for having me. If I may take 10 seconds extra to share my screen. Thank you. I'm Marianne Franklin. I'm representing the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. The Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet has been a crucial framework for those committed to upholding human rights online since its inception at the IGF in 2009 in Sharm el-Sheikh and the publication of the Charter and 10 Principles in 2011. Before I continue, I'd like to applaud the Secretary General and their technology envoy on behalf of the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition for moving commitments to recognizing and enabling the enjoyment of human rights online up to the next level of action. The contribution of the IRPC, in other words, the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition, to the Global Digital Compact, IGF Plus, WSIS Plus 20, and all other related projects is as follows. I have 3 brief points. First of all, we bring the Charter of Internet Rights and Principles, the Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet to the Global Digital Compact and partner initiatives. Why? Because this charter, as you can see on screen, provides an authoritative bedrock and long-standing resonance to these recent undertakings. Number 2, the DC offers over a decade of outreach experience with and through the Charter and through its 21 articles and the 10 principles in partnerships with governments, tech communities, civil societies, by supporting the translation and dissemination of the Charter in its booklet form into many languages as possible, 12 languages, including our most recent Nepalese and Italian, all the world's main languages, and the 10 principles, which are nearly 30 languages. Why we take this approach to the outreach work, and we believe it can offer an enormous amount of grassroots community level contribution to the Global Digital Compact, is that it allows people to get aware of, to learn about, and to organize around digital rights online, human rights and online in particular, from grassroots right up to multilateral institutions, judiciaries, private enterprise. And this translation work, and all that we mean by translation in Word, the Charter itself, and indeed by engaging others to do the translation, is crucial to the future of the IGF, to the Global Digital Compact, and in fact how the internet might look in the future, is because like internet-dependent media and communications, which make sense of our world, we make sense of these communication networks through how we use them. So thirdly, we bring to the Global Digital Compact, and particularly the Summit of the Future in 2024, all 21 articles of the Charter and the work that we are doing to dig down deeper, particularly around environmental sustainability, which is listed in Article 4, and human rights online at the online and offline nexus through the Charter's articulation of the full spectrum of existing human rights and principles, so that the internet for the future can be by design diverse, fully inclusive, respecting for individuals' rights and communities, and a contributor to addressing climate change and climate justice. Thank you for allowing me 10 more seconds. I hope that was clear. Thank you very much. I will stop sharing.
Thank you, Marianne, for this contribution. Now next is Baburam Aryal from the Dynamic Coalition on Schools of Internet Governance.
Thank you, Marcus. We School on Internet Governance Dynamic Coalition is very common to others as well. We are capacity building school, and this dynamic coalition contributes to the content of all other dynamic coalitions as well. So these synthesize all the standards and policies and principles and brings to the grassroots level of people, user, innovator. In School on Internet Governance, we have various stakeholders as a participants, and these all participants or these grassroots contributors build a big ecosystem, and that contributes to the objective of IGF that already our tech envoy acknowledge the importance of School on Internet Governance. And this School on Internet Governance is very important, not only because of grassroots engagement of people on internet governance, rather bringing the policies and principles to the grassroots, and bringing those grassroots at this senior levels like regional IGF and other forums and IGF forums. So this is the connector of all the knowledge and innovations to the global level. So this will be a very significant initiative for next compact as well. So I, on behalf of School on Internet Governance Dynamic Coalition, I recommend in next compact to promote these dynamic coalition platforms that which has a, now this has become very common collaborating forum as well. Internet Governance Forum is one forum, and Dynamic Coalition is another forum that brings a process, that brings a standard progress, and this brings a very good recommendation to the United Nations to this initiative. So I recommend also, though it was very, from very beginning, Internet Governance schools were simultaneously with the Internet Governance Forum, but still sustainability of local level Internet Governance schools are very significant. So how the compact will address on this kind of initiative also is very important, and I recommend to the compact, if we can maintain all these issues, then that will be a very grateful. With the respect of the time, I'll stop here and then join future discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Max.
Thank you, Babu. And I think for the participants in the room, we have realized by now how diverse the Dynamic Coalition is and how wide range of issues they're dealing with. And again, we have the voice of the digital natives, a representative from the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance, this time Mauricia Abdul Chilunda. Please, Mauricia.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, everyone in the room and on site online. My name is Mauricia Abdul Chilunda, as has been shared, and I am representing the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. We are a dynamic coalition that actually consists of representatives from each and every region across the world. And we have been extensively working towards our contributions in making sure that the voices of youth are being heard in decision-making spaces. And we have done so across all regions. Therefore, we do see that this data that we have collected can be widely beneficial for the digital compact. We know that, for example, in every region, each YC representative focused on gathering data specifically for their region. And so we are able to provide this for the actual report. And what we did was we had webinars also throughout the year. With these webinar interventions, we focused on various aspects and also all the thematic areas now being discussed here at the Internet Governance Forum. Therefore, we have positions on various, there's various topics and themes, such as gender issues, such as meaningful access issues that we have covered, and we have now the voices of youth that express their views on these matters. We have the various demographics across the various regions of our world being stated as well and represented in these webinar discussions. We have this data available, and we would love for it to be included so that we know that the youth voices of the world are being well represented when it comes to the digital compact. We also have been working very extensively in terms of collaborating across various youth bodies. So not just within the Youth Coalition itself, but we have, for example, a very strong collaboration with the Internet Society Youth Standing Group. The youth standing group also is cross-regional in its structure. And so even the youth body and the youth voice coming from this community is widely representative of the youth across the world. And we can therefore substantiate the validity of the data that we have collected in the conversations we've been having as being trustworthy and can be beneficial for well, any conversation really, not just the digital compact, but any conversation that would really want to involve the youth voices, not just as a separate category, but really coming to the table as being recognized as a beneficial voice for any decision-making process going forward. And really rounding off what we would call a multi-stakeholder approach to problem solving in the internet ecosystem. One of the biggest kind of achievements that we have been able to establish through this collaboration has been right here, it's manifesting now right here at the Internet Governance Forum.
Mauricio, can you wrap up, please? 3 minutes are over.
Absolutely. Very simply put, we were able to have 11 of our submitted proposals at the Internet Governance Forum accepted. And so not only the official youth-led sessions will have youth voices involved, but at the decision-making table, as speakers and rapporteurs, we have youth voices now in sessions across the various themes at the Internet Governance Forum. And this data that we are honing in can also be made available to the Digital Compact. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Tatiana, would you have follow-up questions or comments? And please let us know if there's anyone in the Zoom room, or also if there are in the chat interesting comments. Please, Tatiana.
Thank you very much. And for those of you who are online, I just want to know that Aminda Moreira shared a couple of links for the Dynamic Coalition Internet Writing Principles, which might be interesting for you all. And I just want to, well, first of all, congratulate all the discussants on the achievements of the Dynamic Coalition. It really looks and sounds impressive, and I would like to refer to what Amandeep said about this space being a policy incubator and dynamic coalitions being valuable contributors into this policy incubator, either in terms, not only in terms of actionable items, but for example, referring to what Bishaka said, challenging the current narratives, challenging the current environment, actually trying to prove that a lot of what we do actually has impacts, like on gender, we have not embraced and we have to embrace. So what I would like to ask you, because it is a very, Marcus, feel free to ask any further questions, but as we don't have much time for discussion left, I would like to ask you, in all these achievements, in all your work, in the context of Global Digital Compact and WSIS Plus 20, what is your main challenge? What are you struggling with? Where we all can help each other, and where IGF can help you, where Global Digital Compact have you? What would be the valuable contribution to address this challenge from something in this space, or maybe from Global Digital Compact itself, if you want to? And Marcus, please feel free to ask other questions.
Thank you very much. And I'm very happy with your question. And I would like also to turn to my panelists, and if the tech envoy, Amandeep, you feel free to jump in at any time you wish. Or would you like to wait? Or just I'd like to read. Okay. Who first? Yes.
So thank you, Tatiana, for this important question. But I must say that as the world's most impactful platform, that itself is very powerful. The whole idea is to work together, get tangible projects, and roll them out and be time specific. So I think I have no asks from IGF. That's a wonderful team, great support, and very open to ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Babu?
Yes, it's very important for, of course, IGF is. And in School on Internet Governance, we have various new innovative ideas how to make this very inclusive. Recently, many of regional and national IGF and also School on Internet Governance, they introduce various critical issues, like gender issues are included, highlighted, and like One of major issue, artificial intelligence are also very discussed at grassroots level. And also this personal disability issue are very seriously considered. So making all these inclusive and innovative ideas and bringing to this great forum is very significant, and School on Internet Governance, DC is contributing on this.
Thank you. And yes, Polly, do we have a remote question?
Yes, Mr. Dat, I would like to comment. The floor is yours.
Vishaka, just go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear properly. Yeah, I just wanted to answer the same question and say, I think, one of the things we are finding is that internet governance is a hard concept for many people to understand. Even when people are deeply engaged with the internet, which is pretty much a chunk of the world nowadays, internet governance, because it differs from sort of traditional models of governance, etc., people find it quite hard to conceptualize and to really figure out how they can participate in it, even though it's an open process. So we would love some help from the Internet Governance Forum actually on really thinking this through and demystifying internet governance.
Bishak, I actually think that your comment goes well with the first comment with the tech envoy about diversity, about actually bringing diversity on board, about diversifying the work, about diversifying the participation. And perhaps, I mean, it also goes well with the challenges for your coalition as well. I would like to call on remote panelists. And Mariana, do you want to comment on anything which was said before, or answer my question, whatever you prefer?
Thanks so much, Tatiana. As always, a cogent question. Where do we start? The challenges are challenges we all share. Dynamic coalitions are part of a larger network, a part of a larger constituency. I'm going to speak simply from the view of the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. And that is that the Charter has 21 articles. It includes the right to development, the rights for women, the rights for children. It draws on all the generations of existing human rights treaties and covenants. To date, we tend to see the emphasis on privacy, freedom of expression, which are, of course, important, but they are not the only human rights that are at stake as our lives become deeply enmeshed in the online and offline nexus. So the challenge is to see the Charter, which has been around 10 plus years, to see it fully recognized, and thereby the full spectrum of human rights online become integral to all discussions about how this thing we call the internet looks in the future, so that human rights are embedded in the design, the terms of access and use, the data collection and access terms by all stakeholders, and particularly our colleagues in the tech sector who have such enormous influence on how anything works. I want to see much more explicit acknowledgement, and if I may be bold, less lip service to generalities and more action on the part of the IGF leadership and their colleagues at the UN. So once again, I applaud the Tech Envoy and the Secretary General for taking the bull by the horns, if I may use an English expression. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marcus, over to you.
Thank you, Marianne. And I think the question you asked is actually a very central question, or the challenge you mentioned is precisely how to link the dynamic coalitions, which are autonomous, to the broader IGF. And this is, in a way, the missing link, the question we have not been able to answer yet. You ask for more recognition, but what would be the process to give that recognition? This is something I think we will need to address. And also, I think in the context of IGF Plus and contribution to the GDC, and also the relationship with the leadership panel, this is, I think, a question worth taking up. But, Herman, would you like to have comments, and also Mauricia, on the challenges?
Thank you. So I would say that one of the change that is can result in tangible outputs will be looked into good eyes, because as we make partnership with different kinds of organizations working with especially for dynamic coalition that are working basically with data driven health technology, we find it very difficult because there is no action after producing, for example, scientific evidence. So after the information material, educational material. So there's no production of policy recommendation. There's no action to be taken to implement this recommendation. So I believe that this change can provide the possibility of providing tangible outputs, and also will allow different organizations and stakeholders to participate at IGF with more strength, and also contribute to the robust partnership in this system.
Thank you. Mauricia, would you have?
In the YSIG, or the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance, we love to call it by our acronym. We're quite fond of it. We've had a beautiful experience this year when it comes to inclusion. I must say, between the 13 sessions that we had submitted for the actual IGF meeting this year, 11 was selected. So just that absorption in and of itself has really made a big difference in comparison with our experience that we've had in previous years when it comes to inclusion. What we have also done, and what we have now seen is that, okay, so we've been intentional about increasing the participation of women and girls in all of our sessions. And so what resulted from that is seeing the increase at the Internet Governance Forum as well. We have faced challenges with regards to cross-regional collaborations where we couldn't, for example, engage physically with our European counterparts, with our Asian counterparts, because we don't have the necessary support for those regions when it comes to attending physical meetings, specifically for our European youth counterparts. So we find ourselves in situations where you'd have the African youth represented, you'd have Asian youth represented, but then we don't have the other regions coming to the party, for example, because, well, there's not sufficient support for them to travel to where we are. So this was definitely a challenge that we faced. And then just to close, many of the sessions that were accepted came from our own agency. We were the ones who pushed for those. We would love to see other communities within the internet governance ecosystem really begin to absorb youth voices more into their own sessions, that we do not have panels, for example, where no youth voices is represented. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And once again, I think we all agree how important it is to have the voice of digital natives to be heard. Jutta, you are co-facilitator of the Dynamic Coalition Coordination Group. We have some comments.
Yes, I think I would not like to talk about the challenges, but about the opportunities, since I'm representing the Digital Opportunities Foundation. And as I have, as your co-facilitator, a good overview on the dynamic coalitions, I would say we are all working in practice, and therefore referring to what the tech envoy said in the beginning, we are in the position to give guidance to land the GDC in practice, but we have to consider how we can do that. Sometimes we are more focused on theory than on practice, but we all have our basic in the practice, and therefore I think we are in good position, and that would be our contribution.
Thank you for that. And the European Summer School on Internet Governance made a good example on actually making a concrete contribution to the GDC. With that, Amandeep, would you be willing to give some of your reflections of what you heard?
Absolutely. And this is a very positive segue to what I was going to say. So looking at the opportunity, the challenges are there, but I think we have the goodwill and we have the expertise to address those challenges. I was very struck by what was said by Dr. Gupta on this issue of jobs, the opportunity side. This is an issue that's often neglected in many other discussions. So the dynamic coalitions have been able to put the spotlight on issues that have not been sufficiently explored and bring them to a level where they start to get noticed. That is often unsung work. Others may then start running away with it and get the glory, but I think it needs to be recognized today. There is obviously a lot of now, just take digital health, for instance. Last few years, so many forums have come up in and around the WHO, but also at the World Health Summit, the Global Digital Health Partnership, etc. So earlier, it used to be easier to be very focused in that thematic area. Now it's very difficult. So we have to make an extra effort with the quality of our work. And I just wanted to end by referring to what Paul had said earlier. He reminded us that this is akin to a standards development process. And standards compete, and sometimes one standard gets selected and others don't. And that happens often because, you know, you've grabbed the opportunity and you have spoken with the quality of your work. So the quality then speaks for itself. I think that's the challenge. And today we've heard many excellent examples of quality work.
Thank you for these comments and remarks. We still have some time left, and I would also like to invite for comments from the floor. Or is there a comment online, please, Polly?
Oh no, it was my own comment.
Own comment.
Am I allowed?
Please.
No, so one of the things which I'm finding interesting as the liaison between the DCs and the IGF Secretariat is that some of you stress the need for more support and a desire for more cooperation with the IGF Secretariat, while others of you stress the autonomy of the DCs. Given these diverse opinions on the matter, how can we come to a unanimous decision? How do we navigate this?
Marco, there is a hand in the room, in the online room, maybe to answer this question.
Yes.
Mariana, please.
All right, thank you. Yes, I think, thank you for the question from the floor. I don't think unanimity, being unanimous, is what we should strive for. If we are unanimous, we are no longer diverse. Diversity does not mean unanimity. So I think what we need to strive for is a space in which differences of opinion and different worldviews can actually not just coexist, but thrive together. And that's what the human rights frameworks were all about when they were generated and developed, and continue to develop. And that we now have a digital dimension, a network dimension to these existing treaties and covenants. It's a very, very important move. So I have no problem with disagreement. I think we need to perhaps work at mechanisms to manage disagreement and intense differences, but not to obliterate them. The minute we do that, we're not creating a utopia, even if we wanted. We are creating something else, and that's not a world I want to live in. So I respect the question, but I think we shouldn't try and all agree, because we can't. It's impossible. Thank you.
Mariana, just before I move to Bishaka, I think that Pauli's question was on the process. How do we agree on the process of IGF Secretariat actually helping dynamic coalitions while some of them try to be autonomous? However, I'm going to move to Bishaka. Marco, sorry for taking over the floor. I just want to ensure that our online panelists are heard. Bishaka, go ahead.
Thanks. I also wanted to come in on the same question. I mean, I think they're not necessarily opposed to each other. I do think that the dynamic coalitions need a certain amount of autonomy to be able to explore what we want, like sort of the specialist focus that we have. But I also want to say, for instance, we recognize at the dynamic coalition on gender that we could have a much bigger multiplier effect if we could actually work quite closely in a more loose network kind of thing with some of the other dynamic coalitions, right? So I don't see them as always being in conflict with one another. And I think by and large for the dynamic coalitions as a whole, to have a bigger impact, we do need a certain level of cooperation, even if we don't sort of fully agree with each other.
Yes, and just Tatiana, here to Bishaka's point. I don't think autonomy is counterproductive to cooperation and coming up with a common path. But again, these be multiple pathways and multiple levels to work on. That isn't impossible. Where there's the will, there's a way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariana. And Marcus, back to you.
Yes, there's a request for the floor. From the floor, Auridoria, please, Auri.
Thank you. Auridoria speaking. I actually don't see that there would be, I'm echoey. I actually don't see how it would be a problem because, I mean, in almost every type of service and help that people get, it isn't ever a one size fits all. So I think it would be possible, and having spent some time playing secretariat in my life, it would be possible to come up with a range of offerings, not anything for anyone, it doesn't matter, but sort of ranges of support where, you know, you get the intense package, or you get the we leave you mostly alone, but just check on you periodically package and such. So I can imagine that being something workable. I apologize for missing the session. Unfortunately, I was on a panel in another session. So I have no idea what I'm talking about, but thank you.
Well, thank you for joining us in any case. And I think your comment is more than relevant. There's no one size fits all for the dynamic coalition because we recognize their diversity. We are approaching slowly but steadily, I think, the end of our allotted time. I would like to ask each of the panelists whether they would have a final closing remark, and our rapporteur, Mark Cavell, will then give his reading of the entire session. Let's start again with Jutta.
Hey, that's a surprise to me, but nonetheless, I really appreciated this session. I would like to thank all the participants and the speakers in the session. And what's most close to my heart were the voices of the Youth Coalition, because referring to Article 12 of the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child, we should not only listen, but we should make the voices of young people heard in all matters affecting them. And what if not the digital environment and internet governance is affecting the life of all young people? So thank you for letting me say this.
Thank you for that. And I would also like to invite our remote panelists to give their short elevator pitch. Just imagine you're in the elevator with the tech envoy and you have to say him in 30 seconds what is important to you. Let's start with Bishaka, please.
I mean, I think what I would say is that we know that the world going forward is hybrid. We know that it's phygital, and that anybody who doesn't have sort of full access, rights, etc. on the internet is going to get left behind in the world, sort of the future that we are building, and that it's absolutely critical for the global digital compact, therefore, to really consider multiple social markers, including gender, as we think of the future.
Thank you. Herman?
Yeah, thank you. So I forgot to mention that in our dynamic coalition, basically we develop different tracks. We have a youth track, so this facilitates basically the partnership with other dynamic coalition. We hope so by next year in this case. So I hope that we can basically continue this conversation, because as we move to digital transformation, it's important that we provide the relevant not only information but also education that can include different kinds of communities, and we ensure that these kinds of community participate at IGF and these kinds of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajendra.
Thank you, and Tech Envoy, thanks for your encouraging words. I get that, you know, this could be one of the most impactful and ambitious projects coming out of IGF project. It's not my project, it's everyone's project. We got to create jobs. I hope you will support us going forward on this. That's what I expect from you.
Thank you. That's what I call a good elevator pitch. Marianne?
Yes, I think what really matters for the coalition going forward in terms of the charter work is to see the digital compacts linking the environmental sustainability issues that we all face to these technologies. These technologies are actually part of the problem as we become increasingly dependent on them. So for me, it's the link between human rights online, environmental sustainability, and as integral to the design going forward. I think there needs to be a bit of a sea change here about how we consider the environment, the climate, and our favorite technologies within a human rights framework. And that's the work that the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition is working to expand and deepen based on Article 4 of the Charter. So that's our priority at the moment amongst the other things we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Babu?
DCSIG has developed great resource for grassroots capacity building. It has built up good syllabus, and it could be a very good shared assets for the compact. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mauricia?
Thank you. The Youth Coalition on Internet Governance is fired up and excited to be part of this conversation and to continue contributing in any way possible. We literally have each coalition represented here today. We have voices in our coalition that can speak to, that can contribute, and that can collaborate with every dynamic coalition represented here. And so we say, use us, call on us. We are here, and we would love to contribute to the conversations being held. And once again, thank you for hearing our voices. And we look forward to much, much more close collaborations going forward in years to come.
Thank you. And I very much like you being fired up and excited. That gives real dynamism to our discussion. And now, Amandeep, would you like to give you time?
Thank you very much. I've learned a lot today and really energized by the conversation. I think this idea of multiple social markers as a risk management strategy. We don't know what direction technology and business models around that would take. So that really resonated a lot. Also, this lens of environmental sustainability, digital environmental sustainability, both the risks, e-waste, and the pull on resources, but also the opportunity to move towards a circular economy from the current linear extractive model, the human rights aspect, the gender and the children's rights aspects. And then coming from the school's perspective, this issue of demystifying internet governance and enhancing digital literacy. And I'm also looking forward to working with the Dynamic Coalition on Youth, the data, the evidence that you've gathered through those conversations. Let's all challenge ourselves. Let's try and get 1 million youth voices into the Global Digital Compact before the Summit of the Future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now let's turn to Mark Covell, who is our rapporteur. Do you have a microphone that works?
Hello, does this work? Yep, okay. Yes. Well, thank you very much, Marcus. And I have to say, as one of the organizers of this main session, the quality of the presentations here and the thoughts and the fresh thinking has exceeded my expectations. And I hope the key messages that I will put together from this session will be recognized as a turning point, really, for the profile of the dynamic coalitions within the Internet Governance Forum ecosystem. An ecosystem that I've followed for many years, since I think the third IGF in Hyderabad. I was vaguely aware of a sort of move towards groups of stakeholders getting together over coffee and thinking maybe we could work on some issue on a sort of semi-permanent basis. And I think all the presentations here and the conversations that we've heard demonstrate the potential for the dynamic coalitions, if the conditions are right, if the questions that have been raised are answered about how the coalitions can articulate in all their diversity of expertise the outcomes of their work through the ecosystem, and to whom they should articulate their outcomes. These are the key questions, I think, which emerged very clearly in the session. And we've heard, I think, very helpfully reference to, at this time of the IGF in transition to IGF Plus, with the appointment of the leadership panel, perhaps there are new ways of thinking we should deploy for the dynamic coalitions to advance their outcomes, be it they actual solutions or methodologies for achieving solutions, as I think was one of the points that was made in one of the interventions. So that's a key point, I think, for everybody to note from this session, that there is this commitment for dynamic coalitions to contribute to a strengthened IGF, but we have to find the ways of doing that. With regard to the Global Digital Compact, we had a very helpful steer from Amandeep that the dynamic coalitions, I'm getting the signal to wrap up, but I just want to finish on this, I guess, as a key point. The dynamic coalitions can contribute both to the formulation and the scoping out of the Global Digital Compact, and subsequently to landing the principles articulated in the compact subsequently. So there's a
sorry,
clear
Mark,
message.
I have to.
Okay, I'll close.
Apparently, it's my fault. Really, at time management, we should have stopped, I think, 5 minutes ago. And as far as I understand, the Zoom room closes on the spot, so the remote participants are not with us anymore. My apologies to Tatiana.
We very much are with you, but it's all good.
I would have invited you also to make a few comments, but I don't think I have anything to add to that. Mark made an excellent summary, and I would also like to thank to Amandeep, who really has given a very good invitation to the dynamic coalitions to be part of the IGF Plus and the DGC going forward. With that, I invite you to join me in applauding the panelists for their excellent contribution. Thank you. And the session is closed with that. And could I invite all the panelists who are here to come up on the stage so we can take a family photo for the IGF website. Thank you. And the session is closed.
Recording in progress.
Channel Nina. Testing if you wish. Nina, English channel.
Thank you for this very interesting theme that you have put forth so that we can be able to participate in it. On the Convention of the AU, there's another level on top of that. And if what the AU does should be ratified at the continental level, it would be good. And then at the sub-regional level, this has to be also accepted on the sub-regions. Sometimes we see in the Central African region, the Convention of the AU must go up to the national level in their laws. And this is in line with what Senegal said. Then beyond the security politics and all the issues to do with the federating organ on cyber governance and data protection, beyond that, there is a point which hasn't been raised, that is data and how it is protected and governed. How should we expose internet information to users? We need to get the markets and have new markets. This aspect hasn't been tackled, and this is regrettable. This is an aspect on big data and artificial intelligence, which is very important and is going to affect things tomorrow. How do you think this is going to happen? Do you think that the states are going to say, well, I have my data on this new method, everyone is using it, I can use that? No, that way we will have a real problem at the AU level. And here I want to say, how will Africa move into the fourth industrial revolution and be at the level of the other continents without this? I thank you.
Hello? Hello, could I jump in? Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Can you hear me well? Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and distinguished panelists. I would like to thank you for organizing this timely session. I'm Amir Mukabiri from Iranian academic community. Isn't time to form a legally binding framework for cross-border data governance within the United Nations to prevent strategic misuse of national big data of country for illegitimate purposes by some dominant government and international digital platforms? This framework could help digital trust and transparency at international level and could help formation of an accountability framework for dominant actors in internet. And it could also guarantee development rights, the rights to development of developing countries and fundamental rights of users and prevent formation of new data colonialism. My question is that what would be the contribution of Global Digital Compact to address these critical issues and to establish drafting process of United Nations Convention on Data Sovereignty? At the end, I would like to request my comments to reflect it. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I would like to request my comments be reflected in session output. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
it's working
Recording
or
in
not?
progress.
Is it working? It is working. It's working. It's working now. Oh, it's working. Oh, it's working. Okay, great. All right, thank you very much, and apologies for the delay, but I thought it was, we're only 3 minutes late in any case, so that is fine. And we can also get a chance for more people to come in. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the open dialogue with the IGF leadership panel. The purpose of this session is to introduce the leadership panel to the stakeholders and also to have a short Q&A, and also if you have any views to discuss. We may not be able to discuss in great detail, but if you have any questions, any suggestions, etc., the leadership panel is here to listen. And as you all know, that the leadership panel was appointed by the Secretary General in August of this year to support and enhance the work of the IGF and to provide that connection between the IGF and other institutions that the leadership panel may have access to, and also to bring back input from those institutions. So it's a two-way street. They bring the input of the IGF and they also bring back the views from these other institutions, and also to provide strategic leadership to the IGF. So without further ado, the first thing we do is we'll do some introductions, and we will start with our chair, Vince Cerf. Please. There's a, sorry. You can still sit. Yes.
So I'll just sit. If you have your headset on while you're talking, you get a delayed response and it's totally confusing. So first of all, thank you all for coming this afternoon. I know it's been a long day for everyone, and so your interest is much appreciated. Second, I want to say that we are still in very early stages of the formation of this leadership panel. So we're getting to know each other. We're getting to understand what our responsibilities are. And just to reiterate for a second, the four key functions of this leadership panel. The first one is to provide strategic input and advice on the IGF to the Secretary General, and to promote the IGF and its outputs. And I want to emphasize that it's really important that we need your results in order to work with them and to make them more visible to others. We also are responsible for supporting high-level and at-large stakeholder engagement in the IGF, getting more people like you to participate, and also to support fundraising for the IGF. And I can't overemphasize the importance of that, because the Secretariat, which Chengetai runs, is running on a smaller number of people than it should have, and we need to find support for that. And finally, we want very much to take the outputs from the IGF, from you, and put those into a form where we can present them, as Chengetai said, to other venues where the issues at stake are of interest to, or maybe even the responsibility of that venue to cope with. So earlier today, I had a meeting with members of the European Parliament. I want to overemphasize the importance of having parliamentary tracks for the IGF. Those people like, why am I drawing a blank? It's it. See, Carolina, thank you very much. Duh. If this is being recorded, you can tell the chair has fallen asleep in his chair. Carolina is one of such a parliamentary member, not of the European Parliament, but of the Parliament in Austria. I've got good prompting over here. But the reason it's so important is that that it is part of what makes the internet work is the legal framework in which it's lodged. And so we want people to understand what the internet is about, and we want them to understand that it needs a legal structure in order to operate. But we also want those legal structures to be implementable, which means that you can't ask that we double the speed of light in order to make the internet a friendlier territory. So we want very much to present the ideas coming out of the IGF to those various venues. And finally, helping to set agendas in places where problems can be solved and leverage the expertise, not only of the general IGF stakeholders, but also the members of the multi-stakeholder advisory group. So we will be working to take your inputs, some of which I hope will come this afternoon, in order to make them part of our input as well. So I'll stop there, and I think we go on now to Peter.
To Paul Mitchell, the chair of the MAG, to have a few introductory remarks. Yes.
Okay, microphone roulette. I'm Paul Mitchell. I chair the MAG, and the MAG is the organization that is essentially your producers for this week. And as already has been noted by Vint, they're operating on a shoestring budget, much less than the caliber of what you're experiencing is showing. So I am committed as part of the ongoing process here to work hard to drive more contributions to support the IGF. I think it's critically important. This particular IGF, we already have representatives from 165 countries and over 4,000 people registered. And that makes a difference. It's a big set of work to put this together. And I appreciate that everybody here is a supporter, and I would like to take this opportunity right now to get you riled up to get some more supporters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul Mitchell. I think now we will just do an introduction from left to right. And first of all, I would just like to ask Her Excellency, Ms. Carolyn S. Stadler, Federal Minister of the EU and Constitution, to introduce themselves.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I would like to say, Godfather of the Internet may be a bit tired after 3 days of really intensive work, and it is not the end, it's just the beginning. So who does not know me so far, my name is Caroline Edstadler and I'm minister in the Austrian government. I was one of the persons who brought forward the so-called Communication Platform Act. So we ordered the social media platforms so far in Austria to delete hatred in the internet if it occurs. It was a bit a blueprint also for the European Commission's DSA and DMA, which is also in place by now. And I think we should now enter the next level and search for recommendations how the governments in the world within the United Nations can deal with this issue. However, this is only one out of many challenges we are facing when we are talking about the IGF, the internet as such, and that is very clear for us. So yesterday we had a digital conversation, a meeting with the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, and for all of us, Godfather of the Internet, Vint, I'm calling you so. I said it also in the media in Austria, by the way. He spoke for us all, and he said, these people in this group accepted the challenge. However, we can't do anything without you, without your advice. So what we did so far was collecting your expectations, trying to get out the most of you, of your expertise. And we are quite far so now within these 3 days to fix our working process. And this is also not that easy, because we are not only coming from different branches, but also from very different countries in the world. And this is important. What I am taking out of this IGF so far is that one most important thing, especially here on the African continent, is to connect the unconnected. And in the meantime, we should really build up an internet which is a trustful one, where the human rights are anchored. And this is what we are trying to do within the next months, especially the next 2 years. Our mandate is for 2 years until August 2024. But again, I would like to invite you to help us to create something very special, to bring it on the table and to have some recommendations in the end for the best of all, for a good internet.
Thank you very much, Minister. Just down the line. Yes, okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, it's a great honor to be here, and I'm Lan Xue. I'm a professor and dean of Schwarzman College at Tsinghua University. Schwarzman College is a scholarship program that really try to cultivate the next generation of global leadership with global understanding. My personal research interest has been on the innovation, science and technology, and innovation policy. And of course, I think in doing those policy research, what we've been always trying to do is how to try to maximize the benefits this technology can bring to the society and try to minimize the risks to the society. And of course, I think we all know the power of internet and all the related digital technologies that can bring to the society. And I think we are really experiencing a great digital transformation, that we've never seen before. At the same time, we also see many potential risks and even harms to our society. So how do we actually, address these issues? How to maximize benefits and minimize the risks? And the key, of course, is governance. So I think there's no better place in this IGF, annual conference to hear all the views, to hear all the experiences and so on. So I'm really looking forward to listen to what your suggestion and what this panel can do. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lise Voer. I'm the Director General of ETNO. And ETNO is the European Telecom Trade Association in Brussels. Apart from that, I've been participating in IGF for many, many years. I'm also the former chair of the board of IANA, now PTI, and I've worked with the IANA stewardship transition. So I am actually feeling a great deal for internet governance as such, and I'm representing the technical community in the leadership panel. And I must say, I agree with Her Excellency Caroline Edstadler on we need your input, and we hopefully will find a good way to receive this input, because it's important whatever we do with the support of this community. We're here to make IGF stronger and count more. Thank you.
My name is Benga Sheson. I'm the Executive Director of Paradigm Initiative. We are a Pan-African digital rights and inclusion organization, and we're very strongly focused on access, not just for the unconnected, but also for the disconnected, who are disconnected because of shutdowns or deliberate policies. And I will just, retweet literally what you've just said in terms of getting input from you. We've had conversations for the last 17 years at the IGF, and I think there are people in the room who have, made brilliant proposals of things that you think can either fix challenges that we have. It will be great for you to please bubble that to the surface again, so that we can take that as input in our work, so that as we continue, we can all work together, not just to, have a forum and talk, but to improve and get towards an open, free, human-centered internet that helps everyone.
Thank you so much, Shengata. I am Huria Ali from host country, Ethiopia, State Minister, Ministry of Innovation and Technology. The first thing I would like to say is we are very excited and proud to have you all here, and I am especially very honored and very happy to be part of the leadership panel, and thank you to the father of internet. This is really interesting because I am learning a lot from this strong team. I'm very happy. Besides my country, Ethiopia, by hosting this IGF is a unique opportunity for the country to learn from other countries' experiences and from you all, because your inputs are very valuable to our country since we are in the journey of digital transformation. So your inputs are very valuable for us in our journey. So thank you so much. You're doing a lot so far, and I have tried to attend some sessions, so I'm very excited that you are giving very valuable inputs to the country and to our strategies and policies. I know that this all suggestions and comments are very important, not only to sub-Saharan countries, to all over the world, because we all have a common goal, that's connecting the unconnected world. So to do that, our commitment is very crucial for all of us in order to achieve our common goals, as we have to make a better world to all humanities, especially on the internet and internet related. So we are very happy to host you here. I hope you will have a very great time in Addis. You will explore Ethiopia, and because conference exploring Addis is beyond the conference, and you will have a good time. Thank you so much for now.
Thank you very much. My name is Amandeep Gill, and I'm on the panel in an ex officio capacity as the Secretary General's Tech Envoy. As you know, there are other ex officio members, the current hosts of the IGF, Ethiopia, the past, Poland, and the incoming one, Japan, and also the MAG chair, Paul, is in that capacity. It's a great privilege to work again with Vint, who was a member of the Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation. That panel recommended 3 models of governance of digital cooperation, of which the IGF Plus has been taken forward. And the panel that you see today, this leadership panel, is a concrete manifestation of the implementation of the IGF Plus vision. So it recognizes the importance of the IGF, the Multi-Stakeholder Internet Governance Forum, and endeavors to bring more attention, more prominence, more funding, as has been mentioned before, and more connectivity to other processes for the IGF community.
Thank you very much, Under Secretary General. Online, we do have one panel member, Maria Fernanda Garza. This is not showing. If we can try and if you can introduce yourself. I think it might take them a couple of seconds. Yes. If not.
Yes, finally. Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute myself.
No problem. Please carry on. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Also, it seems that I cannot take the camera out. Thank you. Sorry. As you all might already know, ICC was the business focal point during the World Summit on the Information Society. And through ICC's business action to support the Information Society initiative, we continue to be the primary source for business input of the IGF process and its agenda. And as such long-term supporters of the IGF, ICC welcomes the creation of this panel, and I am personally grateful and humbled to be part of it and contribute to the forum's long-standing history and the future success. And since the inception of, in 2006 of the IGF, it has pioneered a new avenue for policy cooperation. For ICC, the value of the IGF lies in its unique feature as a venue for open and inclusive multi-stakeholder discussion. Its non-binding outcomes provide a safe place for stakeholders to test new ideas and unveil potential solutions. With its emphasis on inclusiveness, the IGF and its many national and regional initiatives also has enabled underrepresented stakeholders from developing and least developed countries, as well as a new generation of youth to engage in internet governance discussions. The strength of this mechanism is not only in its open and inclusive participation model and the legitimacy and credibility that the model fosters, but also in its flexibility to rapidly adapt to changing technologies and issues. However, awareness and importance of the IGF remains inadequate outside the internet governance community. A conscious effort to increase IGF awareness needs to occur through all resources available. And it is in this spirit that I joined this panel to work with all of you to preserve and strengthen the IGF's unique features and to help raise awareness of its outcomes and the tremendous value add these represent for global internet governance discussions and conversion on digital policy. I'm sorry I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Maria Fernanda Garza, Chair of the International Chamber of Commerce, a business world organization that groups 45 million businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garza. Now we've had the introductions. It is now the opportunity for the stakeholders to ask any questions. If you want to ask questions to specific individuals, please say their name. If not, we will just give turns for each of the panel members to answer. We have 2 microphones here. So if you want to queue up behind the microphone, just use that microphone, please. Yes, that one there. Just queue up behind the microphone. So it's easier to know who's first, and we just take it by the microphones and then go online if there are any questions. Thank you.
It's working, eh?
Yes.
Chengetai, you are making me nervous because I would like to speak while I'm seated, but anyway. My name is Naza Nicholas Kirama. I am from Tanzania, and I run, I am part of the NRI, the Tanzania IGF. Just a hypothetical proposal. If today we were to eliminate the IGF, what would happen? It is a question that I'm asking myself, and I will answer the question. It is IGF that actually discovered me when I was thinking about how do we connect all schools in Tanzania, which are about 25,000 of them. They are in the rural areas where the telecom companies called all these rural areas the telecom dark areas, because there is no investment, there is no return on investment. So if IGF is no longer there, it will be difficult to bring people like me to the global stage, so people in this room can understand what use cases are there For example, in Tanzania, in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Burma, all these places, use cases that are workable and doable, and they are connecting people to the internet. It would be difficult to have the conversation that we are having today. I wouldn't meet Chengetai. I wouldn't meet I don't remember his name properly, from the, is it technology envoy, right? Of the United Nations. So my submission today is that the IGF should be there and well-funded, because it is bringing so many experiences to the global stage in terms of the work that is being done, be it on democracy, human rights. I think he was talking about human rights, be it on connectivity, and all these other areas that are a critical component to make sure that the next generation of young people have a fair shot to access digital opportunities that are on the World Wide Web. I come from a rural area where you can even talk about 2G because it's not available. So the leadership panel, what intervention are we going to do? My proposal to the leadership panel. In countries, we have, number one, in countries, we have universal access funds. Why is it not?
Sorry, I'm going to give you 30 more seconds.
Yes, why is it not, with the influence that we have here, try to start a global fund on connectivity to connect everyone to the internet, the women, the young girls, the young people, so they can have a fair shot in the next frontier of the global digital economy. I thank you.
Thank you very much. You had first mover advantage, so we are going to restrict the time to 90 seconds. Oh, okay, too much. Okay. We'll just take a pause because we have our another leadership panel member who's just joined, Tumas Ilves. If you could please introduce yourself. Is the former president of Estonia. Please go ahead. You have the floor.
All right. Well, I don't know. I don't quite understand how this is working because the host has muted me. So I don't know how to. I can't get on video.
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, I'm Tomas Ilves. I was the president of Estonia from 2006 to 2016. More importantly, I kicked off the Tiger Leap program in Estonia in 1995, 96, that eventually grew to the point where we're the #1 country in digital services, according in Europe, according to the EU, and in the world, according to the UN. And we started out as a very poor country doing this, and now we're doing rather well. So I guess that's enough.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Okay, would please ask.
Thank you, Secretary. My name is Walter Natris, and I represent the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety. And I think I'm going to ask a question to Vint because I can't ask it to everybody. We had a session on the Dynamic Coalitions this afternoon with a very clear question. The work that we've been doing in this intersessional process during the whole year comes up with tangible outcomes in the form of reports or recommendations. So how can actually we can, as Dynamic Coalitions, work together with the leadership panel to make sure that these intersessional products come out and are going out wider out in the world than just a digital paper on the IGF website. That is something that's not today perhaps, but in the future we could have a meeting on. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question, and thank you for it being very short. Thank you. Just checking if we have any online questions yet. No hands up. Okay, please.
Okay. My name is Saliu Mansere. I'm from Sierra Leone. 2 questions. Firstly, how can the leadership panel and all of us here get the IGF to the status that COP now has in the world, the climate change meetings? We need to get the IGF to that status because we come here from every country. We have discussions here, but I do not see CNN around. I do not see BBC or Al Jazeera covering some of the most important discussions we're having here about data. So that's the first question, and I hope the panel will provide that answer. Secondly, in terms of a peace dividend, I believe the internet has delivered on peace globally since its inception. And if we all agree on that notion, I believe that we do have a couple of ministers here, former ministers. I want the 2 that we have here to raise their hands and confirm that, as is demanded, that the 2 of you will nominate Vint for the next Nobel Peace Prize. Thank you very much. Can we have that now, please? Yes. You deserve it, please. I know we've got another 30 years of you, but let's do it now.
All right. Thank you very much. Please, Nigel, please.
Thank you very much, Nigel Hickson, UK government. How to follow that? just to endorse what the gentleman said. I'll be very brief, 90 seconds. First of all, thank you, Madam Minister, for inviting us to Ethiopia and sharing your beautiful country with us. We're really grateful to be here. It's a wonderful experience. Second, thank you to the leadership panel. Thank you for the commitment that you're going to give to the IGF. Thank you for sparing your precious time with us today and in the future in collaborating with the IGF MAG and collaborating with us all in terms of furthering the IGF. And the question, I suppose, is in the lead up to the WSIS +20 UNGA review discussions at the end of 2025, how can you indeed, and taking up the other gentleman's point, how can we elevate the IGF? How can you ensure that the multi-stakeholder coalitions that we build at the IGF and that we build in the national and regional initiatives are taken forward and recognized by the whole of the international community as being something of such importance to the future of the internet? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Just checking online again, nothing. Okay, Lisa.
Thank you. I am Anil Kumar Jain from India. First of all, I would like to thank Secretary General UN to make leadership panel a possibility. And congratulations to Vint and Maria to take the leadership. India is pursuing an open, safe, trusted, and accountable internet. I hope that leadership panel should also work on this and help countries like India to adopt this form of internet. I have 3 questions from the leadership panel. Number 1 is that till date, IGF is discussion and debate. Is a possibility of converting these discussions into action. Second is that whether the leadership panel is also going to work in various working groups which are focused on various areas which are of importance for the whole globe, for developing countries and for the underdeveloped countries, and also for the women and disabled and children. The third question which I have is, we have seen that ICANN and IGF, they are working together, and sometimes we find that they are overlapping. So I personally suggest leadership panel to ensure that they become complementary to each other, so that the overall internet is truly given to each and every citizen of this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to first thank the organization and the minister for organizing this event. And second, I do have a question to the leadership panel. This week, I've met students from all over the place, from national students, but also students from abroad. And a few of them were deaf. And they mentioned that a reliable internet is so extremely important. And I would like to ask the leadership panel to work together as a team to encourage a stable internet that also for those people that do have limited access to internet, to support the whole community, to be able to have a reliable, stable internet with which just works all the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Online again, just checking. Okay, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Tulio from Brazil, and I would like to add some words of appreciation, first of all, for the Ethiopian government and people for hosting us, international community, multi-stakeholder community here. It's amazing to see the strength of your people and also the authenticity. And this is something that will mark me forever, really. And in terms of the
sorry,
work,
can you just speak a bit louder?
Sorry. In terms of the work of the leadership panel and the mission that we have before us, something that we are very, very concerned back in Brazil is how the digital cooperation space is being fragmented. And one question that I would like to ask is in relation to the notion, how to recover the notion and the spirit of the original WISs back from Tunis and Geneva, when we had a multi-stakeholder model that was very much enshrined within multilateralism. And since then, we have now a fallacious opposition between multilateralism and the multi-stakeholder model, when actually we would need a model in which all actors should be empowering themselves, and multilateralism should be mutually supportive with the multi-stakeholder model. So my question would be how to convey this message while preventing unilateral measures within the auspices of the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And my name is Yi Chen, and from Beijing Normal University. So actually, I have just one question. A quick question is that because the leadership panel is consists of the 10 leaders, so actually a lot of the stakeholder has a expectation of the transparency and accountability. You know, so is there any mechanism to ensure us as a stakeholder, so we can have a chance to get a more frequent interaction with the digital leadership panel and keep the transparent as well as accountable? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please.
Thank you. My name is Aidan Ferdelin. I'm a Landaka Democracy Fellow. Just a quick logistical question about what is the best way to engage with the leadership panel, particularly intersessionally between now and the next IGF. Civil society, of course, is very happy and pleased to engage with you. What would be the best way to do that? And finally, just thank you so much for your time. and for being here today and for accepting comments from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I also see Maria Fernanda Gaza has her hand up, please.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to answer some of the questions from the audience, and I believe we should focus on how to make sure that all the tremendous output that the IGF produces reaches the intended audience. And this will require us mapping of the various outputs, the different target audiences, and tailoring the outputs and their presentations to the needs of the identified audiences, with panel members taking an active part in targeted outreach efforts. In essence, a joint advocacy and communicating campaign. And I encourage the MAG and the panel to work together to define success for the IGF, what is meant by tangible outputs, and what problem the outputs are intended to address in the field of internet governance. This would help narrow down the intended outputs and help identify our target audience, where the IGF can bring the unique voice of the global multi-stakeholder community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gaza. Yes, please.
Okay, that was an accident. Okay, my name is Raúl Echeverría. I'm the CEO of the Latin American Internet Association, an association, a regional association from Latin America of private internet companies. And first of all, I would like to add my voice to those who appreciated the expressed appreciation to the government of Ethiopia to receive us in this country, really, and all the meeting has been extremely well organized. Congratulations, and I'm very happy to be here. And congratulations to the leadership panel members for the designations, and good luck in your efforts. I think that I share the concerns of the colleague that asked you about not a concern, just I would like to also to listen your answers with regard to the best ways to interact with the leadership panel. Considering what Vint said at the beginning about the mission of the tasks of the leadership panel, and one of them is to provide strategic advice on IGF, and it says on IGF, what I think it means to IGF and from IGF. So I think it's important that you also have relations with the regional communities in order to know the expectations of the community, and also to increase the engagement of those communities. And so from my organization, I'm very happy and glad to offer Ally as a bridge to engage with the Latin American community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any online? No? Okay. We can start answering the questions now. The first one, okay, please.
Oh, well, the first question.
Yes, the first question was about the dynamic coalitions and leadership panel.
It goes crazy when we have that. All right, so the first question is, what happens if the IGF disappears? And I think the answer is a lot of bad things would happen, because we wouldn't be drawing attention to the things that are important. I'll tell you what I really value the most coming out of IGF. It's use cases that are concrete, that give context to both problems and solutions, because I'm persuaded that not all of the problems we experience have the same solutions depending on the context in which the solutions are going to be executed. So you can help us enormously with more concrete use cases that you are faced with solving, because it will give our deliberations more concrete, a more concrete basis. And when we talk to others about why it's important to solve those problems, the concreteness of context will give us credibility. So that's my first response on that first one. I know there are a lot of other questions, but I'm going to stop there. How do you want to do this? You want to just go, you want to go question by question and see who wants to respond, basically, or
yes,
not?
I think that would be good, because there's some questions where people have got competence.
That not every panel member necessarily needs to respond to every question. And I will commit to not responding to every question, in spite of the fact that I'm inclined to do so. All right.
Okay. Thank you very much. For the questions that I have down, and if I miss any, please let me know. The first question that I have was from Wood, and he was asking about dynamic coalitions and the leadership panel. Yes, please, Lisa.
I think that's a very relevant question. Plus, I would like to widen it a bit because we have the regional and the national IGFs that we also should make matter. And I think how we should look into how to incorporate those better into IGF as such, but also how to make them, I call it, make them count outside the circle of IGF. And we have many discussions on how to best make this count in other communities than the IGF community. And I don't have the answer yet, but I think this is one of the things we would look into, because we find that there is a lot of important work ongoing in between the meetings in different parts of the world. And it should all come together in IGF, but it should also be spread back to the different parts of the world.
Thank you very much for that answer. If any of the panel members who are remotely want to answer, please just also raise your hand when I read the question. The second question I have down here is, how can we make the IGF to the status of COP, the climate change? Yes. Any?
Well, first of all, I think that's the best question we heard, because that's what Antonio Guterres is expecting from us. We should make the IGF more visible. And I think it's not always a thing we can discuss here. We need a bottom-up process. And as many of you mentioned, and especially I think it was the second question coming from Nigeria, if I noted it correctly, it depends. It is also important for the rural area to get the internet there, to have the process, to have the discussion, because what we need is, of course, infrastructure. What we need for that is money, and we need the commitment of the governments. And that's what we try to, and what is our task, where we should really higher, bring the sensitivity higher. And I can only speak from a process we had also in the European Union, and that was the conference on the future of Europe. When we are talking about that, we have to talk with the people, and that's what we really try to do. So if we reach the goal to reach the same level as COP has, then I think we are the winners, we all and all the people. And I would like to reiterate, we have to connect the unconnected, and we have to make the internet a more safer place, a place which is trustworthy. And that's our goal we would like it to achieve. And I would like to respond on one more thing. I take it with me that we look forward and we will have the idea, our godfather of the internet, for the Nobel Peace Prize, because it started all with the internet, and we would like to develop the internet to make it a better place for all of us. And now we have this chairman in our group. So with the support of all of you, we can make important steps forwards.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Yes. At any time.
I said I wasn't going to do this, but when you mentioned COP27, my brain lit up. And the reason I was so excited about this idea is, in our discussions in the leadership panel, it has been suggested that the problems we have in the internet are like the climate problems we have for the real environment, except in our case, it's information pollution that's causing a lot of problem, including a kind of warming in the virtual space called flame mail and things like that. So I wonder whether we could frame the problems that the internet has in that context, so people understand that there might be sustainable development goals for the internet in its virtual space that are the analogs of the sustainable development goals in the real world. And so I take that away as a way of thinking about it, and it might allow us to grab some of the visibility of COP27 and say, by the way, in addition to the COP27 problems and solutions, the internet is another place where we need to apply similar thinking.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody who wants to add on to that? Okay. Oh, yes, please, Professor.
Yeah. I think there are several issues that are related. I think, as Caroline has already mentioned, it's related to, infrastructure issue. I think that this traditional view of infrastructure is more for electricity and water and so on. But somehow, for, development banks and so on, they have not really viewed internet as important as, say, water and electricity. In today's world, that should be the case. So I think there's indeed, to raise the priority of internet connection as a critical issue, I think, for, national government, but also for international, community. I think the second issue, is how to address market failures. I think as someone mentioned about, how we need the stable connections and also we need to use internet to connect, schools and so on. But why it's not happening? Because partially because I think those areas tend to be generating a lot of social benefits, but not necessarily market profits. So I think those market failures we have to address. So that's where I think governance can play a huge role. I think we need to, not only just, try to generate, I think as someone mentioned about the global connectivity fund, I think that's a great idea. But also we need to try to find a way to create incentives for the company, for business community to really to play their role. So that's where I think we should, try our best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see we have President Davis's hand is up. Please, sir.
I just wanted to touch upon a few points. Number one, on COP, we do have to recognize that that every Bitcoin transaction creates 729 kilograms of carbon in the air. And so I think we have to look deeply at those things because they are a result of the digital revolution, but at the same time, in fact, it contributes not a little bit to the environment. So it's 729 kilograms of each transaction. Anyway, but that isn't the main point. I mean, look, my country was extremely poor. In 1992, our GDP per capita was $2,800 US a year. Today, we're sort of up there in the high-income countries, according to the UN. And much of it is due to digitization, initially with public services, and out of that grew the immense success. I mean, we have a unicorn for every 133,000 people, which is just amazing. It's number one in the world. Completely transformed our economy. And at least when it comes to the difficulties of teaching this stuff and connectivity, we are more than willing and happy to teach people. The best way to do it is to look up EGA.com, which is the e-governance academy. It's an NGO, which has been certified by the European Union to carry out various aid projects, especially when it comes to digitization of public services. And secondly, next year, I have had the pleasure of creating, if not inventing, a new program. It's called an MDA. It's like an MBA, but it's a Master's of Digital Administration, and it will be offered by our national university, Tartu University. It does have tuition because we have to pay various people to teach there. But as we understand, this is something, again, which can developing countries can apply to EU and perhaps also national aid bodies to provide assistance. It's meant for senior civil servants and public officials to learn how really to digitize, what you need to do to digitize your public services. And that's something we offer. If anyone's interested, please get in touch. And last but not least, I think that the inventor of the TCP/TP protocol, also known as Vint Cerf, has probably contributed more to the world's well-being than anyone I know. And really, I strongly urge and support the nomination of Vint Cerf for Nobel Peace Prize. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next question, which is how can you elevate? I mean, they are related, but how can you elevate the IGF? How can the leadership panel elevate the IGF? Do we have any takers for that one? Yes.
I never pass up an open mic. First of all, I think the best way we can elevate the IGF is to help to transform and transmit the things that it has discovered in the course of its discussions and deliberations into actionable policy recommendations in venues where actions can be taken. I think that people will appreciate getting not simply a description of a problem and please solve it, but here is the problem and here might be ways of solving it in the venue in which you work. So if we can work together to figure out how to formulate recommendations that are actionable, that are concrete, that this will not only elevate the IGF, but it will also make it more appreciated because it's out there solving problems, not just admiring them.
Thank you very much. And that is actually our next question. And I'll just one more if anybody wants to take that one. How can we possibly make the outcomes of the discussions into action? Which is a very difficult question, I know, and this is something that we are discussing, but I see somebody's, okay.
Maybe I try to answer that. As I already mentioned, I think it's the time to make an action out of the discussion. And how can we do it? With engaging people, with having a discussion in the rural area, and that the people would then push also on their governments that they are doing something. And that is the way how it could work. I'm sure that it has to be a bottom-up process. We can only do recommendations, we can do papers, we can discuss with you, we can engage with enterprises, but in the end, it's the people's wish which has to be brought also to the governments. We can support that and we will support that. And we decided also to be present in conferences which will take place in the next months and years as a panel with with the wish of you and with our vision, sorry, that we want to alleviate the visibility of the IGF. But in the end, it's the people. And it's also up to you to support us in this work.
Thank you very much, Minister. We can go to the next. And we are going to be running a little bit late. We started late and we're running a little bit late, but the leadership panel is really interested and willing to engage with the public, and especially this is the first time that they can.
So I think we have what I will call some sort of infrastructure for action, for translating words and all of the conversations into action. And I think what we need to do is to recognize and actually, sort of support them. I know that beyond the global IGF, there are, regional IGFs, there are national IGFs, there are sub-regional IGFs. And one of the things that we have seen in our own work within civil society is that people literally take some of the conversations that happen at the IGF and turn them into action. I remember there was an example of some young people who ran global campaigns called, I think, Rural Youth in the Information Society or something like that. I think it's important for us to identify and encourage such existing infrastructure for action.
Thank you very much.
Okay. There's something really wonderful about what you just said. Things that work will work in certain contexts. And so in addition to telling people, here's what we were able to do successfully, please also say, why did it work? Under what conditions did it work? Otherwise, people may assume that if they do exactly what worked elsewhere and it doesn't work, it's because it was in the wrong context. So help us with that. What works? and why does it work?
Thank you. That's very, yes. We have I'll combine the next two questions about the stable internet for the deaf and also working in various working groups, including for the deaf, for women, for disadvantaged peoples. Any? Okay, yes.
Okay, so you all know I wear 2 hearing aids, and so I really care a lot about this. Making the internet accessible for everyone, including people with various disabilities, is super close to my heart. And it's not easy. It turns out that the people who design web pages don't necessarily have an intuition about what would make it accessible. It can't not enough to just put a blindfold on and say, I wonder if I can use my website for that. If you haven't used a screen reader, you don't really know how to design a website that works for someone who's blind. If you haven't used captions and relied on them, you don't know what it's like to use the internet when you're deaf. So I think we need to teach the engineers how to understand making their websites accessible. And I'm committed to that at Google. And I know I have colleagues in other companies like Microsoft and Apple and others that really care about that. But it's going to take serious engineering to make that work.
Thank you very much, Vint. Just because of time, I'll just go to our next question, which is slightly different. And the question was, how do we keep the WSIS regional spirit? Because the questionnaire was saying that they are noticing that there is a tension between multi-stakeholderism and multilateralism. Anybody want to take that one?
You know, this for someone, you know, I participated in the WSIS process, and for me that was sort of the first time I would see, you know, various stakeholders at a real roundtable. Usually you say you have a roundtable, but one side is higher than the other. But this was this is a real roundtable. And I think the point I made earlier about existing channels of, you know, translating things into action, we need to engage that. This is an outcome of the WSIS process, you know, working in a group on internet governance and the Internet Governance Forum. And this, you know, these platforms exist already. And I think what is important is for us to identify and engage them. Of course, the spirit of WSIS is what led to the IGF. And yes, it also means we have to be ready to have difficult conversations. Because I think one of the biggest threats to multi-stakeholderism is, I don't want to call it politeness because politeness is a good thing, but sort of hypocrisy, yeah, where you don't want to talk about elephants in the room because you don't want people to get offended. But I think it's really important to have the difficult conversations. If there are areas where, you know, various stakeholders disagree or do not, you know, sort of see, you know, eye to eye on, I think it's important for us not to shy away from having those difficult conversations, even if it means we can't reach resolution immediately, but it's important for us not to shy away from complex conversations that various stakeholders do not agree on. Very good example. Civil society and governments at some point in my work didn't agree on many things. You know, it was, you know, I mean, the civil society, they were, you know, years ago, I would get into a room with government officials and I was suspected. But now we work together, we train each other. And I think that we can only move in that direction if we're willing to maybe be vulnerable and have some of those difficult conversations as various stakeholder groups.
Thank you very much, Mbenga. So willingness to engage and willingness to have difficult conversations when they do come up. I will end with one last question, and this is there a mechanism to ensure transparency and accountability of the leadership panel? Please.
I think that's one of the key areas we need to ensure. We need to be transparent as a leadership panel, and we need to be accountable. But we also need to look at how IGF as such is transparent and accountable. So it's in different layers. How we can be best transparent is by laying out our timetable, our plans, and involve you as much as possible, align along the way, consult you, but also be very open on why we suggest what we suggest. I think, of course, we need to work in between the sessions, but we also need to involve you in between the sessions. Transparency is important, and it's a difficult one, but that's one of the things we have discussed as a panel that we would try to ensure, because without this, you will not trust whatever we come out with. So we will not be seen as accountable to you. So of course, it's on top of our minds.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Since we're a little bit over time and we did start a little bit late, but I will just open up the floor to see if there's any last words that any member of the leadership panel would like to impart to the stakeholders.
So this question about this sort of the doom and gloom about the state of the internet and all the things that we see that we don't like. Can I just remind you that the reason you're here is because we have been collectively successful in building this thing. And if you look at what Tuomas was able to do in Estonia, it tells you that it's possible to solve a lot of these problems because we just solved a whole bunch of them to get where we are already. So in spite of the fact that the challenges are significant, collectively, I believe we can build a better internet. And as I said in the opening session, let's roll up our sleeves and get busy.
Thank you very much, Ben, for those final words. And if not, I'd like to thank the panel for taking the time out to come and meet the participants, and thank the participants as well for the questions. I'm sorry if I missed one or two questions, but the panel is still going to be around, and we will ensure that we do have another session of this, either if we could have it during the open consultations and MAG meetings that we're going to have early next year. We will try and endeavor to do that. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.